I give up. I give up. If it's not one thing, it's another. But hi. Yeah, I'll fix it. Just give me like 2 seconds and I'll fix it. We're gonna be doing die everything, but you know, if it isn't one thing, it's another. Give me like 2 seconds to fix this. Okay, that Tallest, your command should be fixed. Your command should be fixed. Stream Deck's showing being a pain in my ass. Well, what else is new? Because it's attached to my keyboard. It's not.
Mum, tell her.
I fixed it.
Mum, tell her. Oh my God, you're such a fucking shite bag.
Fuck you.
You dirty rotten bastard.
I fixed it. Look at me go. I'm fixing things on the fly. Okay, got that, and then this, and then that should be fixed. Yeah. Let's just get back into dating everything. Yeah. Oh, wow. Okay, I never knew that the first rubber ducks were made from solid rubber and they were chew toys for children. The more you know. The more you know. I still don't know where the fuck the rubber duck went. Because she was here. We haven't... Should I meet the toilet? I haven't met the toilet yet. Hi, Brim! How are you?
There's a strange rapper standing in your bathroom where the toilet usually is. He's dressed in white and gold, but where his outfit is clean, the look he gives you is downright dirty. While you might be curious about this
Hi, toilet man.
It seems more than clear that curiosity doesn't go both ways.
He's got a broken plunger on his head. Hi? So, you're the toilet, huh? What's that like?
The toilet man springs into action, raising his hands to his mouth as he begins to beatbox.
Oh, God! I mean, if you want to sit on him, sure, go ahead.
Till Crapper's the rapper, he knows how to go. Plumbing and drumming or buzz about flow.
Was that a fart noise? That was a fart noise.
You blacky spikes, you'll be ending your life when he slams your head into the bowl.
Yep, those are fart noises.
Oh, on a toilet roll. Jean-Luc Bissois, out of control.
He's French!
Over, under, never, blunder, spitting more words than an ancient scroll.
Holy crap.
No. Holy Crap was Jean-Luc's old stage name. Now he is Lil Crapper. More secular, huh? Wider appeal, you know?
You're French!
Lil Crapper, you love him. Everybody does.
Maybe I don't think I love you. Your name literally just means toilet, toilet, toilet. Well, that's fair, Brimmy.
You come to hear his pizza. Or maybe you ate the pizza. You come to take a seat so you can deposit the food you eat.
I just want to get to know you better.
To know me? To know me? This human thinks that they own me. There's always one thing on my mind and always one thing only.
Why is How Rude stuck there now? Why are you stuck there? Okay. You're stuck, so... Why is it still stuck? What the hell is this? Okay. Now it's not stuck anymore. Why is everything just getting stuck on stream for like ever now?
I'm a rapper.
You're fine!
A shining dream and porcelain. He's like a bidet on his spitting the truth, going down quicker than
kind of
the moose. They call him a party mouse, letting the naughty out, but that's a way to impute to the youth.
I kind of expected stuff to be broken because of the last 2 streams having literally broken because of storms. So I kind of expected things to break today. That's nice.
It is not nice. It is the best. Because Lil Crapper is the best. You want to be like Lil Crapper? You want to meet him on his level? You want others to love you like they love him? Impossible. The ladies love nobody as much as him. The amount of ass he gets would make you weep.
Well, yeah, because everyone needs to use you to shit, bro!
In fact, it is not just the lady asses. Lil Crapper accepts any ass. He is not picky. He accommodates. But some do not accommodate. These are the people he has no time for. Those who don't understand his syncopated singing, they do their business, they leave, he does not talk to them.
Okay.
You want to hang with Lil Crapper? You do as he does.
Oh, shit! I forgot to put those back. Oh, I'm so sorry. Give me like 2 seconds and I'll put those back. I had to remove them for, blah, blah, blah. The charity? Yeah. And I forgot to put them back. Apologies, they're coming back now. There's that. Okay, they should all be back now. They should all be back now. I will rap. I am the best at rap.
Not just rap. You need to show him that you can crap.
Well, that might be a little difficult, bro. I get constipated a lot. I mean, I get performance anxiety, but I'll try.
Oh, you misunderstand him. Crapping. Short for cool rapping. Lil Crapper is always crapping. Now it's your turn.
I may have to restart Mix It Up to get that one to work.
Show him you can crap.
I don't think people will interpret that the way you want them to.
Jean-Loup makes a dismissive gesture.
The grabbing.
Problem. Lil Crapper, he is ahead of the curve. He is a wordsmith, eh? He is
Oh, it is? Okay, cool.
Voltaire, French. On a related note, Voltaire was my number 2 pick for my nom de plume.
How am I gonna learn how to rap?
Not from Lil Crapper.
Huh?
Lil Crapper is not a teacher, he is a test. You study on your own time. You cannot keep up, you fail. But if you can match his rapping skill, then you will be able to woo anybody. If you have the skills to woo Lil Crapper, then any partner will be within your reach. In fact, if you can match Lil Crapper in a crap battle, then he will fall in love with you.
Sure. Is there any other way?
Enough! Lil Crapper can sense you are unable to hold back your passion for crap any longer.
Sir? You are
And
very
nothing can
confusing.
go wrong. Oh no, it all went wrong.
Do you have what it
I
takes
mean,
to
I could
face
drink my
the-
water, sure. I'd be very hydrated. Sure?
You are wrong! Jean-Loup knows you. You are the chatin, the kissless loser.
Fuck you!
You have enthusiasm for rap. Lil Crapper sees this, but enthusiasm alone, she is not enough. The rap.
Sir, you have a roll of toilet paper on your arm. I don't want to hear what you have to say.
Like that little rubber bit that comes undone sometimes and the water keeps running forever. You know the bit.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
You need to experience life before you can spit it out in alternating phonemes adhering to some sort of a rhyme structure. As you are, you have no chance to defeat Jean-Loup, let alone match his rapier wit. You want to clash talons with these 2-gallon stallions?
Sir, what?
Live a life worth rapping about! Return to Lil Crapper when you are ready.
Okay. Goodbye, weird toilet man. We haven't approached the clock yet. I kind of want to see what the clock is. Yeah, true, it ain't the dock.
You see a slim, dainty gentleman in a well-tailored
Look at the
suit.
cute kitty
He's
man!
absorbed in the ticking of a fancy pocket watch. But it's the feline ears on his head that most catch your attention.
Look at the cute kitty man!
A tail sprouts from just above his backside, moving back and forth.
He's so cute! I love Kissy Man! He's even got little cat paws on his hands! I love him.
Tick, tick, tick.
Tick, 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 talk, talk, talk.
Don't.
Okay, I'm sorry, Kissy Man, you're cute!
Do not taint the perfection of the clock with your disgusting imitation.
Thank you for the kiss too, Liz. Mwah.
Why have you come? I don't see interruption to meditations on the beauty of time on the schedule.
I do like his vest a lot. I just wanted to appreciate the beauty of time or whatever with you.
Oh, well, I can
Look, he's got little
certainly make time
fangs!
for that.
We match! For those who can't see. Ah. Ah. I match him! Ah. We're fang mates!
Perhaps you do not know this, as so
Yeah, that's-
few are as attuned to time as I am.
Of course you liked the view when I first zoom in! Everyone does.
But punctuality is of the utmost importance. So if you wish to speak to me, you must make an appointment.
Fair. As emphasizing the third word, are you part of the routine too?
You mock my elocution.
No! Don't do that to your tail!
I speak with elegance, precision, timeliness. If you wish to make my acquaintance properly, you will return with an appointment.
How do I get an appointment? Are you at least gonna tell me your name before I do that?
Sweet heavenly hours, I was so busy reprimanding you, I forgot to introduce myself.
Why does he sound a little like Invader Zim? Like a tiny bit. I heard like a tiny bit of like Invader Zim.
Not that you didn't deserve it for breaking from the schedule, but it is no excuse. Timothy
Timepiece!
at your service.
I love you.
Timeliness.
Guess explains the obsession with time.
It most certainly does not. We should all be obsessed with the beauty and perfection of time. The safety of it, really.
Look at these two little cat paw hands. Ah! Hold on, let me allow that. You're welcome for being
As
let
long
you
as
perv
one
on me.
abides by the schedule, nothing can be out of place.
Enjoy your movie.
You will abide by the schedule, won't you?
Of course I'll respect your schedule.
Excellent.
Look, he does the little kitty bow! He got little kitty nails on his gloves!
I will see you at
Kitty
noon
pie!
sharp, and we can speak then. Do not be early, do not be late, and do not try to see me at another time. If you do, catastrophe or timeliness.
Oh
See
no!
then and not a moment before.
Goodbye, kitty. Ah! You ruined my time with Kitty Pie! How dare you!
So, what brings you back, poser?
Well, you know I'm loud.
See?
being nice.
Ugh.
I need to pee.
Well, go on. What are you waiting for? Nobody's looking.
Kinda waiting for the toilet.
Wow, the toilet isn't interested. Don't you think you should have ducked and asked?
Laissez-les tranquilles, Remy.
Oh, Sean, please! I'm doing something here.
Meh.
Nah. I don't speak French, do you, Rebby?
I say you could call me that, dumbass. Pretty damn sure I didn't. But you often more. I'm just
And we're going back
Fine,
around
oh,
in the
Daddy.
circle. Don't like either.
boring. Oh, man, I'm getting. I usually spend about 20. You can be whichever. That's the only favor I'm gonna do you too. So.
So Rebel's your real
appreciate
name?
That shit. Yes and no.
It makes no sense.
Ain't my obligation to make sure. You want? It's Nunya.
This is a setup.
Nunya ducking business.
Yeah, I thought so.
Names are worth choosing, and I don't have to tell you. In fact, I'm gonna. You wanna talk to me again? Too ducking bad, poser.
You can't just leave, you're a duck.
You ever heard the saying, gone like a rubber duck who's done with your shit?
Oh yeah, they said that all the time in preschool.
Ah, so that's why you turned out that. Poof! Rebel's gone.
Goodbye, duck. Why are you sorry? We do have ads in 9 minutes, so I may pause and run ads. If I don't find anybody that I wanna poke at. Why are you sorry, Brimmy? What'd you do?
Nope.
I haven't talked to the fridge yet. Should I talk to the fridge?
You'd hoped you'd meet your refrigerator, but it seems he's already busy with another guest.
The fridge man is sexy. I like the fridge man. Hello, fridge man.
Freddy, this is all rather dull.
How can you say that when you haven't heard the coolest part?
He makes puns!
Regale me.
The point in which gelatin goes from a liquid to a solid. Can you guess the temperature?
Certainly.
Go on. Guess for me.
I do not guess. Perhaps the human would like to essay an attempt.
Below 60 degrees Fahrenheit?
Wow! How did you know?
Oh, look at the time. I must be on my way to a...
Bye,
more intense
Mitchell.
conversation.
Now alone, the massive Yeti
He's
turns
a
his attention to you. You want to speak to him, but it takes you a few moments to process what you're seeing. Yep, that is indeed a Yeti. Massive, furry, decked out in his finest winter wear.
I like Yeti Man.
Huh. He ran like he didn't want to be here or something.
I don't know why, Yeti Man. You're gorgeous.
You, with the answers and the listening, that can only mean one thing.
You're madly in love with me?
Well, yeah, but not in an official kind of way. It's that with you standing in the kitchen, I'm no longer the coolest thing in here.
Well, Yeti Man, you have a way with words. That was kind of sweet.
That's me. I try to be sweeter than that chocolate bar you've been hiding from yourself inside the butter drawer for the past few weeks.
Fair, Yeti Man.
I'll never tell.
Ooh.
But really, to what does old Freddy here owe the pleasure of this visit?
Freddy the Yeti!
Oh, did you make another order to food fetch? What did you get this time? Did you order sushi? Oh, I love it when you get those little rolls that you have the tiny bubbles on top.
Oh, so you like fish roe?
No, wait. You know what we haven't had in a while? Burritos. But you might want to hold back on the beans because, well, you know why.
Yes, Freddy, I know why. You got it, Freddy.
So what are you doing here now? Oh, don't tell me. Let me guess. Let me guess. Are you feeling fancy today? You look fancy, cool kid. I bet you were feeling fancy.
He's complimenting me!
I got it. You ordered my favorite. That duck from the one place that I can never pronounce.
Oh?
I love duck.
Never had duck. What about rubber duck?
Rebel? Oh, that thing scares me.
Fair.
A burger? Chicken tenders? Empanadas?
Listen, this man likes food. How can you not love him?
Oh, I love when you use food fetch. The possibilities are endless. As endless as they can be within a 10-mile radius.
True. We have plenty of food here, don't we?
Oh, sure. We sure do. You sound so adult, cool kid. We have food at home.
That laugh!
But I guess you do still have stuff left over from the last few food fetch orders.
Wonder what I've got?
You hungry? What can we get you? We've got those leftovers from
Oh
that
my.
Tiny to the Moon place, the slice of cake from I Like Big Bunts, or the pizza from Pie on Life. Which will it be?
Give me that za!
No such thing as a bad slice of pizza.
Amen, brother.
I will say I was judging you a little when I saw the
Ew!
pineapple on it, kid. But I'll admit it smells
Pineapple
fantastic.
doesn't go on pizza. I will die on this hill. Yeah, they made a mistake when I delivered.
I hear you. That can happen. Hope you still gave him a good tip. Man, that pizza. The way that cheese was stretching, I get shivers just thinking about it. So good. Za is a way of life.
Amen, Freddy! Amen.
I know you eat it cold sometimes, but I can make a suggestion on how to make it better.
Listen, Freddy, don't judge me. Sure, what you got?
Slide that leftover slice on a pan inside the oven on low. Let that cheese get all gooey again. Then the pizza will be perfection. Next time you're feeling peckish, you know where to find me, cool kid. I'll be here waiting.
I like Freddy. We do have ads in 3 minutes though, so I have to go ahead and run them. But when we get back, we'll get back into this. Welcome back from ads. Let's get back into date everything. Have we talked to the toaster yet? I don't think we've talked to the toaster yet.
You hear her before you see her. A charming musician with literal coils of curly hair that swing cutely as she paces back and forth in your kitchen. She's clearly absorbed in something. She appears to be talking to herself.
She's so pretty! She has Pop-Tart earrings!
Hi, Mira. Look at all these crumbs. I'm
Spanish!
gonna play some great music soon. I can tell. I'm at my most creative when I'm a little messy.
I can help. You need a riding partner?
The musician starts with a cute little yelp, placing her hand on her chest.
Hi! You can't sneak up on me like that. You never know what's gonna pop out of these slots. You gotta be careful.
Ay, oh, mamacita!
I'm not even gonna get started on you as a riding partner. I know that, like, I don't know you at all or anything, but I am pretty sure you're not up to the challenge of riding with me. I have, like, really high standards.
Do you?
She picks up her guitar, striking a glamorous pose.
I'm Miranda Dulce Tostadora, lead singer and guitarist of Miranda y las Migas.
Fair. Your name's a mouthful, but that's okay. I'm just gonna go call you Miranda.
We're the best musical group around here by a lot.
What kind of music do you play?
All kinds. Pop, Gregorian chanting, barbershop, whatever we feel like. If that dial is on 7, then siete we go.
Oh. Pop?
This is really not the thing I said that I thought you'd have questions about. I thought maybe I would sing for you sometime, but maybe you're not ready for that.
Okay. I am, I promise.
Wow. Okay, nicely done. Okay. Maybe I'll sing.
If I'm lucky.
And you would be lucky too. I'm really good. Just stay on my good side. ¿Me entiendes? Oh, and obviously, if you like neat toast, I'm here. Okay. Busy, sexy little tostadora with a gig coming up. Time to make the toast. Hasta luego.
Bye! She cute! What are you?
As you walk into the kitchen, you're overwhelmed by
Hello?
a strange feeling. It's sort of like being watched, but it's more than that. You feel as if you're being evaluated, scrutinized by a presence that isn't all that impressed by what it seems.
Hello, Mr. Baldman!
It doesn't take you long to pinpoint the source of that feeling. A cleric of some kind dressed in black and grey robes, with a coil of sorts atop his otherwise bald head. He's handsome in a sterile and intimidating sort of way, but you can't even imagine this guy dating anyone. He's just so severe.
Thank you, Mr. Narrator. Friar Errol? So are you an air fryer? Is that what you are?
You reek.
Wow! Hello to you too! And you shine.
Spiritually.
No, like, physically.
You gesture to his bald, shining head.
I don't have a clue what you mean, nor do I care. My physical appearance is of little consequence. It is only my soul that will ascend to the heavenly kitchen.
Okay. I'm sorry, the where?
He ignores you.
You reek of sin and grease.
Of course I reek of sin, baby! I'm an alien demon! I'm all about sin!
I feel as if I have been bathed in oil simply looking at you.
What are you, some kind of health food zealot?
Zealot? Hardly. I am Friar Errol, founder of the First Church of Convection. I am the steward of the road to the heavenly kitchen.
Sure.
I am a holy vessel for culinary purity and efficiency.
Okay.
And I am your salvation, sinner. If you would but take my hand.
I'll hold his hand, sure.
You reach for his hand and take it in yours, looking him directly in the eye. He doesn't seem to know what to do at first, glaring at you in a surprised and uncomfortable silence. Eventually, he extricates his hand from yours, wiping it on the front of his robes.
I meant to take my offer of help, wretch.
Well, you didn't really specify.
But it is not yet too late to save your soul. First, you are to confess your sins to me, the steward of your culinary soul.
Sure.
Second, you are to help spread the gospel of convection to any as yet unsaved.
Okay.
And finally, you are to keep your soul pure and free of oils and impure heat.
I don't know if I can do that, bro.
The path to the heavenly kitchen is blessedly simple and attainable, even for those as impure as you. Is our Lord not most generous?
Who is our Lord exactly? I'm afraid, can you really save me?
Be not afraid. There is no soul beyond my Lord's reach. Simply do exactly as I tell you to, and you shall be saved.
Okay.
Tell me, do you wish to repent for your culinary sins here and now? I am ready, willing, and able to grant you absolution.
You are a
You need
religious
only
zealot, I'm guessing.
unburden yourself.
Bless me for a food sin.
Speak, my child. What is it you wish to confess?
I had McDonald's yesterday. I don't even know what air frying is or how it works.
Sweet Lord in his heavenly kitchen, you truly are in dire need of my help. There is much to teach you. I have duties I must tend to for now, but I will explain to you another time.
Okay.
Now go, and beware the temptations of the stove, oven, microwave, and toaster.
So you only want me to use you, got it.
False methods all.
I'm not allowed to use any other appliance in the house for cooking. Just fryer man. Got it. I want to know who they're voiced by. I need to know. I had a feeling it was... Okay, so it's Bryce Pappenbrook. Okay. I know who Bryce Pappenbrook is. Who's Freddy? Not sure of who you are. Or you. Or Liam, I'm not sure of any of those people. And who are you? Not sure. And I'm getting really annoyed with the damn duck. Oh, really? Oh. Oh. Okay. That's why he sounded familiar. That's why. It's 9 AM. I gotta wait. I can't talk to Kitty Man till noon. I can talk to the oven glove? Huh? Oh, it's Chef Man again!
Someone must like to be in the kitchen.
Maybe I like how hot you are.
Oh, I see how. You have no respect for how much attention cooking takes. There are plenty others in this kitchen you can date. Who aren't me!
Get over it!
Yeah, you always right. I'll calm down. I'm blind baking a pie crust, okay? I need to focus. Chat with some of the others and maybe I'll have time.
Okay.
Ah, yes, it's ready.
Come on, boil off. I got custody with me.
You again?
Why?
So, see? I'm being nice.
I wanna get an out you.
I'm a duck. Quack. Riveting.
Quack, quack, mother ducker.
What, you trying to be ducking cool or something?
Following the leader. No, I am cool. I'm a rebel.
I say you could call me that. Pretty damn sure.
You don't like being called rebel, so what the fuck should I call you?
Daddy. Oh, man. I'm getting bored. I usually spend about 20. You can be whichever.
What the
That's only
fuck?
favor
I
I'm
am
gonna
so
do you
annoyed with
too,
her.
so appreciate that shit. Yes and no.
What is?
It's none yet.
Seems like we're getting nowhere.
Names are worth choosing, and I don't have to tell you shit. In fact, you want to talk to me again? Too ducking bad, poser.
Why don't you come back?
Rebels out. Rebel poof. Rebels gone.
Okay, fine, whatever. I'm so annoyed with her. Is that bad? Oh, we can talk to Kitty!
Almost late. Almost.
I'm sorry, Timothy.
Thank you. Tell me why you've sought me out. Aside from the pleasure of my absolutely sparkling wit and golden company.
I thought maybe I could get some. Wait, is that not enough?
Oh, well, of course it is. I am just surprised. Few in this house can appreciate my timeliness, my specialized knowledge of time and timepieces alike. I am glad to hear you are not like the others. What might we discuss then? My love life, maybe.
Your love life is on hiatus?
As they say, a broken clock is
Sorry,
right
Kitty
twice a day.
Timothy looks at you for a few moments, clearly expecting something.
Smile kindly.
Yes, well, let us start with the most important thing.
Yeah?
Timeliness, next to godliness, as they say.
Okay. You're so right.
Of course I'm right.
Stop squeezing your tail!
Imagine, if you will, you show up to a date showered and clean, but 2 hours late. Does your cleanliness matter then? I think not.
Probably not. I don't know. I guess not.
You see, timeliness. Oh dear, how me flies. I
How
must
you
get
flies?
soon, but before I go, I want to be sure I've imparted my wisdom to you precisely as I meant to.
Okay.
What did you learn from me today?
Timeliness!
Exactly! Just so, just so. Just remember, there is always time for timeliness. Now leave me. I've run out of time for this conversation.
He says time a lot.
If you wish to speak again, find me at 3 p.m.
Okay.
Precisely at 3
3 p.m., okay.
Farewell.
So, it would be after 2 dates to find him. Got it.
Nope.
Chair? Chair.
Lucinda stands
Hi,
there in the
Lucinda!
way once again, although she appears to have lost her usual bravado.
Baby, I need to know who I am.
You're Lucinda. You're sexy. What do you want, Lucinda? You... I don't want to hurt you, but can we talk more about you?
Well, I guess you said you'd pick whatever you wanted.
Lucinda's defenses fall, and her very being deflates. She looks off into the distance, at nothing at all.
You know I can't talk to anyone else here.
I'm sorry, Lucinda.
I was made last, so everyone else wrapped their voiceover. So even if I wanted to, there's no one to talk to.
You are fourth walling me again, dear.
Not even Mikey.
You can talk to me, though.
Okay, you're not voiced.
Wow, harsh, Lucinda. Damn, I could have sworn I'm saying things.
You're saying them, just not out loud. I hear you just fine, though. But our time together, it's brief.
Lucinda sighs and turns to face you directly.
I'm lonely.
I'm
I'm
sorry.
wasting your time again.
No, you're not. It's not time wasted. I like getting to see the real you.
You think the real me is just this sad sack who keeps complaining?
No, I think we're slowly getting to know the real you.
What a frightening thought. I might not know what I am, but I certainly know what I'm not. And I was not made to be some touchy-feely sort of thing.
You don't say.
Feels wrong.
Did I mess this up?
Just go.
Bye, Lucinda. Okay, I'm gonna try the chair again.
Oh, hi.
Oh, hello!
I'm on vocal rest right now, so I'm not too tired for the work week. Trying my best to rest anyways.
I really don't like the whispering. I'll have to catch you next time then.
You're welcome to swing by the show another night if you like.
Yeah, I don't like the whispering. Have I tried the clothes hamper yet? I don't think so.
Normally, when
Whoa!
you aim your date theaters at an object, you see one personality only. But this time, there are two.
And they're both hot.
And they're so engrossed in a hideous argument, they don't even notice you've arrived. One is dressed in woven straw, with clothing in a basket on her back, and a shock of red hair that runs down it. The other is only just visible under a messy mop of dark hair and a pile of dirty clothes he's draped all over his body.
But they're still both hot!
Do you think I'm stupid? You think I can't see what's going on right in front of me?
Why does your voice sound familiar?
I never said you were stupid, but I am starting to think you're insane.
If I'm insane, it's because you make me that way.
Yeah? Without me in your life, you'd be real fucking normal, huh?
Oh boy!
You cling to literally anyone in your life the same way.
Ma! Dad, stop fighting! Not in front of the children!
I wouldn't have to cling if you would just stay where I can see you.
I am here literally every day. I can't have a minute to myself.
Stop fighting! Is this about time?
Both of them whirl around to face you, their expressions changing immediately.
Oh, hi.
Hi?
I'm sorry you had to hear that, but please don't worry, it's fine.
Yeah, just fine.
The energy in the room may have dampened, but there's still a thick tension in the air.
You don't have to pretend to be okay.
We're not pretending. We're just as strong as ever.
Yeah, strong.
Oh dear, we haven't even introduced ourselves. Though, Durkee and I know you well.
Please don't call me that in front of other people.
You're so cute when you get assertive, Durkee. Anyway, I'm Harper, and I'm your laundry hamper.
Hi, Harper.
Oh.
She cute.
I'm Dirk, and I'm your dirty laundry.
Why is my dirty laundry sexy, though? Why my dirty laundry looking good?
Whoa there. My content aware has given me a tickle.
Uh-huh.
Harper and Dirk have a relationship that isn't exactly the healthiest.
So we're talking Stockholm Syndrome?
It could be triggering for people who have dealt with toxic and abusive relationships.
Okay, fair.
If dealing with that kind of behavior in a light way is disagreeable, I wouldn't recommend this one, that's for sure. You cool with that? Or you want to skip it?
It's fine.
On with the show. He is a very dirty boy, isn't he?
Oh my god!
Harper.
Man!
Harper stomps on Dirk's foot, beaming all the while. Dirk grunts, but says nothing.
Anyway, that's us.
You could sound a little happier when introducing us, Durkee.
Do I not seem happy?
He looks
No, you don't.
stone-faced.
Every minute with Harper is a non-stop party.
Harper's smile grows strained.
Well, someone around here's got to try to put a happy face on things. Durkee broods all the time like he's fucking Batman.
The superhero who dresses like a bat?
What? No. You know, the baseball-themed superhero who patrols the stadium of Baseball City.
Kind of weird you've never heard of him.
No.
Don't be rude, Turkey.
I'm not. It's just surprising.
Not everybody keeps their nose in a comic book like you do.
Well, not everybody needs the level of escapism I do.
There's an awkward
Fair.
silence, and then
You know, because they're not dating the laundry hamper equivalent of a bamboo finger trap.
Oh, wow.
Harper is silent for a very long time, but you can feel another argument coming. Just as she opens her mouth, you
Children,
speak
please.
first.
It was a pleasure to meet you two.
You too, honey.
Come see us again sometime.
The look in Dirk's eyes seems a bit desperate, as if he's silently pleading with you to return. You can hear Harper and Dirk's raised voices long after you leave the room.
Yeah, sure. We're gonna go see them again sometime, I guess. But for now, we go to bed. I don't know who to date next. Have I talked to the shower yet? I don't think I've talked to the shower yet.
It's
No,
jarring to hear
I haven't.
someone else's voice singing in your
Hello.
head. After all, you haven't brought anybody home since you've been here. But this isn't.
Fix that.
So there's a singer in your bathroom, and he's using your shower head as a microphone. While his singing may be less than professional, he certainly looks the part. His handsome face is framed by
You
glistening
kind of look
ringlet
like you're
curls,
channeling
and his
Elvis.
clothing has a sterile, hygienic vibe, a stark contrast to the smouldering, sensitive artist you see before you.
Yep.
Wet hot love.
It's Elvis.
Wet hot love. Oh, hey! Oh, jeepers. Didn't hear you come in.
It's Elvis.
I weren't expecting company.
I found Elvis. He's in my shower.
Company.
Wait, no, he is my shower.
Come right on in, darling. Be sure to wear a shower cap or you're gonna get yourself mighty wet.
Glad I got the non-slip shower mat then.
And a mighty fine sense of humor about you, too. It's maybe the best quality a person can possess. Right up there with calf roping.
Calf? Okay. If you say so.
Well, I'm just as happy as a pig in mud that you decided to stop on in. It's mighty nice to see a new face around these parts. Variety is the spice of life, as they say. And I can tell you're a healthy dose of paprika. Or maybe you're more of a cayenne.
Maybe cinnamon?
Sweet. Ooh, that's sweet. Like nectar straight from the honeysuckle.
Oh my.
Unless you ingest a whole spoonful, of course.
Yeah, no.
But you can't fool Johnny Splash. Not 3 times, anyway. Not again. No, sir. Well, I reckon we'll have to get to know each other better to really find out.
Oh, you're so sweet.
Well, you're mighty welcome. Name is Johnny Splash.
Hi, Johnny.
Whoa. And I just want to make absolutely sure whoever saunters over my way is treated with the most respect and hospitality, a gentle shower like myself.
Gentle shower. Well, I'm telling, I really appreciate it.
It's just real darn important that folks keep coming by. Truth be told, it can get kind of monotonous around these parts. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get it. Tell me more.
Yes, sir. The bathroom can be a frighteningly monotonous kind of place. Just duller than dishwater. Or toilet water, as the case may be. I mean, just think on it for a second here. You go to a bathroom to have yourself a good old time.
Depends.
To experience something new and exciting.
Depends.
To meet someone famous or important.
Maybe. Depends on the bathroom.
See, that's exactly my point. That's just not what your average bathroom is for. Your common bathroom is a utilitarian kind of joint. Sure, it's useful and consistent, but it ain't a particularly lively spot.
True.
Ain't no nightclubs in no bathrooms. You know what I'm saying?
Fair. Absolutely.
Do you know what I usually spend all my time doing around here?
flirting with attractive strangers?
Heck, I wish. Truth is, darling, I spend 99% of my day sitting around doing absolutely nothing at all. Do you know how long it takes the average person to shower?
12 minutes.
Oh, that's positively accurate. It takes the average person 12 minutes.
Wow, I'm wasting a ton of water.
That's your shower. I ain't here to pass judgment, baby. That's between you and the Department of Water and Power. And God. Here's my point about showering. For the average person, it's 12 minutes.
It takes me a lot longer than that. It takes me like 30, but then again, health issues.
I looked it up and everything. 12 minutes of a water spraying, shampoo foaming, washcloth scrubbing routine. And don't get me wrong, those 12 minutes ain't bad at all. But do you know how long a day is?
I'm almost certain it's 24 hours.
Whoa. Hey, I'm not so sure about that.
It's okay, I didn't mean to startle you.
According to my studies, it's 1,440 minutes, which means my job is quite literally just 1% of my day.
That sounds amazing.
Well, I get why you might be inclined to say that, but honestly, it's worse than a dead skunk in a wedding chapel on the 4th of July.
I don't know. But he is cute.
Which is really bad, in case that weren't clear. See, I'm a shower. If I ain't being used, it ain't like I can just get up, go boogieing down at the dance hall or something. I can't just hop on over to the malt shop for a milkshake and some light canoodling.
No?
No. I'm just here, perpetually stuck in this humdrum, go-nowhere existence. Do you know how that makes me feel?
Terrible.
You're gosh darn right. Sorry for swearing, Mama.
Well, you didn't swear, but you're good. You're good, Johnny, you're
It
good.
makes me feel unfulfilled, listless, bored stiff, like a scarecrow in a cornfield. Like I'm gonna be stuck here forever. And all my dreams ain't never gonna come true.
That's okay, you're doing great as a shower.
I appreciate that, but do you ever feel like you were destined for something more?
Yes. Like what, being a Turkish bathhouse or something?
Listen, I don't prefer to talk about that. I just ain't much reason to have your head up in the clouds when your pipes are firmly bolted to the drywall. Some people get to have dreams, but Johnny Splash gets to waste away listening to leaky faucet strip.
I'm sorry, Johnny.
To it.
Please, Johnny, tell me your dream.
Oh, what the heck? You done twisted my temperature knob.
I did no such thing, sir. I did no such thing.
I reckon I usually don't do this, but you got a trustworthy face. Plus, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't just a little bit sweet on you.
Okay.
So, I'll tell you my super secret dreams on one condition.
Anything. What's the condition?
Come back and visit me again tomorrow. Show me this ain't some meaningless fling for you. Come back around, and I'll share with you the secret I ain't never shared with anyone else before.
I will, Johnny. I promise.
Hope I'll see you then. Now you better mosey on out of here quick. Plumbers are coming soon to fix my water pressure issues. Uh-huh.
I like him. I like that he's Elvis. We have ads in 7 minutes, so I'm gonna pause here and run ads. But if you're so inclined, you could maybe consider subscribing to the channel. It gets you ad-free viewing for 30 days, access to my emotes, and a discount in my merch store. But otherwise, I'll see you all on the other side. welcome back from ads. Let's get back into this. We have one more we can date before we have to go see the cat guy. I can date the shelf? Let's try the shelf.
A well-muscled athlete stands before you, shifting restlessly from one foot to the other.
Well, hello?
There's a strange air of anxiety to
Hello?
her, despite the broad smile plastered on her face. She seems a little too happy to see you.
Hey, what's up, pal? How are you?
I am so good, my dude.
Hell yeah, Brosa Phoenix, that's what I'm trying to hear. Oh, I can't believe we're like actually talking now, pal. You've walked past me 1,000 times and never even looked at me. But that's totally okay. After all, I don't do this for the recognition. I'm just a humble shelf trying to grab life by the horns.
I've got 4 horns you can grab. I mean, what?
Gotta carpe that diem, if you know what I'm saying.
Sure.
Oh, drywall! I almost forgot to tell you my name.
Go on, man.
Okay, here I go. The name's Shelly. I'm your shelves.
Of course you are.
Yo! It's my job to hold your stuff up with my amazing muscles. I really enjoy doing it!
I can tell. Yeah, I can tell by the way you're yelling.
Yelling is the universal language of joy, my pal!
Is it?
Anyway, it's really great to hear from you. This experience is 100% aligning with my years-long fantasy of meeting you. I've never truly been happier!
Did you think I was gonna be able to be cooler?
Oh no, you're amazing! 10 out of 10 human being. This is going really great, actually! Not a disaster! I'm just gonna go for a completely unrelated reason. Later, doodly-doo!
Bye? Bye? I'm so confused right now. I'm so confused. We have a date with Catman. I need to go see the kitty boy. Kitty man.
Timothy is just putting the finishing touches on polishing a pocket watch. When he sees you, he waves you over, setting the watch aside and pocketing the cleaning cloth.
There you are, just on time.
Yes, sir.
I must say, I'm absolutely chuffed to see how timely you've been.
You're so cute.
You're right on schedule. I was just polishing some of my timekeepers. Would you care to join me?
Sure.
Capital. Have a seat, darling.
Oh, he's so cute.
Now, when last we spoke, we discussed the importance of what?
Timeliness.
Precisely. Nothing better. Nothing more important. The biggest lesson here is that time, above all else, is the first thing you must consider when it comes to love.
Hi, Shadow. How are you?
But there are, of course, other things to consider. Having a schedule for your date is imperative to ensure you are using every moment with your lover correctly.
I didn't know this. You're so right, Time King.
Oh, I am, aren't I? There is nothing more arousing than an orderly, efficiently planned date. Picture this, if you will. You and your date arrive at your dinner reservation exactly on time.
This game is so fun. I've loved this game.
Your date says to you, darling, what's on the agenda? You say to them, we have approximately 10 minutes to review the menu and engage in small talk. They can only moan needful appreciation for your immaculate scheduling.
Oh. I'm just aroused thinking about it.
Perhaps we have more in common than I realized. At any rate, scheduling your entire date down to the minute is not only efficient, but an excellent bonding experience for any couple.
Oh?
So let us practice now.
Sure.
You have asked me on a date, and we have both arrived on time.
Right.
As we are seated for dinner, I look deeply into your eyes and
He gets
ask
off
you
on
about
time
tonight's
stuff.
agenda.
Of course he does, he's a clock.
You say?
I read off a meticulously planned timetable for the evening in increments of 10 minutes.
Meow. I have never been so attracted to another.
I think you mean meow.
Excellent. Truly excellent. Surprise! Our date has gone swimmingly, and I have invited you to another activity.
Oh, have you now?
But your schedule has not accounted for this unexpected excursion. Horror of horrors! What do you do?
I hurriedly rearranged my schedule to accommodate.
Well, I suppose that could work, but it is certainly not something I personally could accommodate. Terrible things happen when the schedule is not respected. Terrible things.
You don't say!
Our time for this conversation is beginning to dwindle. Before I bid you leave me once more, tell me what you have learned. Last time we learned the value of timeliness.
Right.
Today we learn the value of
scheduling!
Precisely! Scheduling! I would so love to talk to you at length about crafting a proper schedule, but I'm afraid my time runs short. If you wish to continue our talks, return to me at 9 p.m. As ever, no sooner, no later.
Okay.
Farewell.
Bye.
You again?
You again. You again? Oh, look, I can be pissy too.
They got you there. Oh, all right.
So duck off, Johnny! You ducking overpriced rooster!
Thank you for the drink, Kaiser. I gotta get it off the ground. Ah! And the headpads. I put my bottle on the ground. And the posture check. Well, that's that bottle of water finished.
I'll do shit to your plumbing that even Roto Booter won't be able to fix. You might finally hit that high D, you ducking douche nozzle. But will it be worth it?
Bravo.
Duck off!
Be nice, Rebel.
Get him! Everyone's getting her!
So, what brings you back, poser? See? I'm being nice. Ugh.
Wanna get to know you.
I'm a duck. Quack. Riveting.
Quack, quack, mother ducker.
What, you trying to be ducking cool or something?
I am cool.
I say you could call me that, dumbass. Pretty damn sure I didn't.
I didn't realize you could call me whatever you wanted to.
But you are all those things. And more, probably. I'm just being accurate. Fine. Call me Rebel. Or Daddy.
Don't like either.
Boring. Oh, and I'm getting bored. I usually spend about 20 seconds talking, and then whoever I'm talking to miraculously ends up dead or underneath my rubber ass. You can be whichever one you like. That's the only favor I'm gonna do you too, so appreciate
Might end up
that
someone
shit.
else's ass one day.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe. But I'm rubber, bitch. I'll bounce right back. In fact, I'm gonna get... You wanna talk to me again? Too ducking bad, poser.
Can't just leave your duck.
You ever heard the saying, gone like a rubber duck who's done with your shit?
You're making this up.
Yeah? Watch this. Poof! Rebel's gone.
I really can't stand her. Wait, can I talk to the dishwasher?
What appears to be a dishwasher with arms, legs, and a disconcertingly cheerful face waves
fuck is
happily
this?
at you. You tap the Dateviators a few times, wondering if they've malfunctioned. But the mascot-like dishwasher before you doesn't waver or change.
The fuck are you?
Hello, and welcome to the Valdivian dishwashing experience.
Hi?
We offer an alarmingly clean output of all kinds of dishware, clothing, and such.
Aha.
My name is Dishy. I'm your dishwasher now.
Hi, Dishy? Not gonna lie, Dishy's a little creepy.
To get started, please connect me to your internet so I can get started knowing exactly what I need.
What do you need to know from me exactly?
I just need to know some basic information. Dishwashing habits, dishwashing preferences, past dishwashers owned, financial records, preferences on fruit flavors. For soap, of course.
Financial records?
Records of finances.
Why do you need them?
I just need to know some basic information. Dishwashing habits, dishwashing preferences.
I broke the
past
dishwasher!
dishwashers owned, financial records. Preferences on fruit flavors. For soap, of course.
No, this is too weird. Just staying disconnected.
That's completely fine. We can absolutely operate in offline mode. Would you like to wash dishes?
I want to get to know you better.
Dishy points to himself in a cartoonish gesture that suits his mascot-like appearance, but he quickly shakes off his surprise in favor of his usual veneer of professionalism.
Talking to me? I'm your dishwasher now. If you have questions, I can tell you about warranty, limits of liabilities, and flavors of soap I can dispense.
No, silly. Tell me about your personality, how you feel.
My personality? My personality is to clean dishes in a prompt style.
I'm breaking the dishwasher.
So, shall we get to the part where you connect me to the internet?
I'm not convinced.
Huh, not convinced? Is it my demeanor that is off-putting? My figure?
It's the privacy issue.
Ah, I see. Valdivian knows about these concerns and complies with all federal and local regulations. We won't share any data without your consent. You can be sure of that. That's the reason why I'm continually asking you. And trust me, you're gonna want all the new features that our research teams will continue to roll out.
Are you sure about that? Fine, show me the features.
Ah, thank you. That feels much better. Wait just a moment as I get your dishwashing experience ready.
Dishy falls silent, perhaps processing.
Beep boop bop. Boop 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 boop.
Okay.
One new update found. Downloading update. Beep boop bop. Boop 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 boop. 1% downloaded. Beep boop bop.
Never mind, I'll see you later. That is... Okay, Dishy's by far the weirdest one. Hi, Peachy! How are you? I don't know! I don't know why! Dishy's weird. Dishy's weird.
An acrobat in bright
Hello?
orange evaluates you with a smirk. His hair is streaked with grey, and there's a twinkle in his eyes that tells you this guy is definitely going to keep you on your toes.
Well, hello there, new face.
Neil Newman!
I'm quite excited to meet you.
It's Neil Newman! I think Kaiser was waiting for me to find him. He was like, I know where he is, but I'm not telling you. For those who don't know, that's Astarion from Baldur's Gate 3. Oh my god, I found him! You may be excited?
I have a voluptuous suspicion that may be the emotion I'm experiencing. Yes.
I'm excited to meet you too.
But of course you are. How could you not be? Look at me after all. Listen to the mellifluous murmur of my voice. Well, hardly a murmur. More like the euphonious booming of a cannon from a stone-turreted castle. Marble on all the floors, gold leaf, filigree wrought iron, and my God, the velvet.
I love you, Neil, so much.
If I were a castle, I would be absolutely dipped in velvet.
If I was a castle, I think I'd probably have a big-ass moat.
A moat, eh? You'd surround yourself with a deep, muddy, deadly river of falsity and needless self-defense. Water. The substance that flows like secrecy through the crevices of our lives. Moving on. I do get distracted, don't I? Just so many wonderful things about me on which to expound. My form alone is a temple of wonders. Which part is your favorite?
Of your form?
He gestures to his muscled frame, inviting you to drink him in.
Oh my!
Which of my parts sings the most to you? For me, today anyway, it's my pectorals. They're glistening, enough almost to be felt through the fabric of my tunic.
Oh my!
Perhaps this can be the first bridge between us. The first bits of woven lint eventually to form the sturdy, braided rope of our friendship. Do you, like me, enjoy celebrating at the altar of your own glorious form?
Temple of Tone, devotee right here.
Ha, indeed. I am an enthusiast for anything that challenges all sides of my glorious vessel.
How do you work out exactly?
Jerub, I cannot even begin to tell you, but I am nothing if not inventive, fearless, indefatigable.
You must be creative too.
Devilishly so. I haven't given up hope that I'll yet be able to craft a perfect metabolic masterpiece.
Using only what's here in the laundry room?
Gasp! I've had a sudden flash that I should feel excited, but I am not sure why. Explain yourself, brain! Oh, no, wait. I figured it out. Oh, that's more points for me. Huzzah! Would you, my new lovely acquaintance, like to help me create the perfect challenge for my body and mind? Would you help me invent a tango for the triceps, a conga for the core, a quick step for the quadriceps?
Sure. Build a workout together? That sounds awesome.
Awesome, yes. As in capable of inspiring awe. Just like my obliques. Yes? Yes.
Obliques will start there.
I know.
You
I can
okay,
lie down
Kaiser?
with Florence, grasp Titus by her intimidating epaulets, and Russian twister for 3 sets of 20.
I'm sorry.
What do you think?
I really don't think Titus is gonna like being twisted.
Oh, Cherub, you're right. I didn't even think of that. So, you've met her then?
Yeah, she's wild. She yelled at me.
She might not appreciate being included in my sweat sesh, but twisted... Let's just say she has some dark and deeply held feelings.
Okay, let's work on those glutes.
May I divulge an incy-wincy little secret?
Sure. Sure?
To me, it isn't the gluteus maximus. It's the glorious marvelous.
I love that!
It's my favorite muscle group. I even love sitting on it. I'm that much of a fan.
I love that. It's the glorious Maximus. The glorious marvelous. We're calling it that from now on. It's the glorious marvelous. Same here, weirdly.
Ah, the perfect move. The deadlift. Deadlift, deadlift, deadlift. Ah, ambrosia.
What's the best thing to deadlift around here?
Look around. What do you think?
The washing machine.
The washing machine.
Oh, I see.
Yes, the washing machine. My Washford. I used to use Washford.
Then screw it, let's honor those glutes.
Honor thy glutes.
Let's go get him, fix all this old miscommunication and get a real workout in.
All right. Onward and upward. I emerge from the darkness, and like the phoenix rising from the ashes, I call my love back to me, my truest love and friend. Do you? You don't happen to have a feather boa on you by any chance? I always dreamed if I did something this dramatic, I'd be draped in a bright purple feather boa.
I'm loving him even more and more. He is great. Am I?
Oh, don't worry about answering that. I know your garments intimately.
Of course you do.
And there ain't no boa. Call Washford for me.
What, like on the phone?
No, just with your voice. Just vibrate those glorious pipes of yours and call out the name. Washford.
The Washford!
Just wait a moment. He should be here.
I don't think he's coming.
It appears your pipes are not glorious enough to traverse the great distance that still persists between us. You'll have to use your feet. Not as glorious, slightly floppy really, but hopefully effective. Have at it!
Well, I can't use my feet to get Washford today, but we'll go try to get Washford tomorrow. But I found Neil Newman! He's the dryer! Has my ghost lady showed up again? I need to see if my ghosty lady showed up again. She did! My ghosty! Why can't I date my ghost? There. Can I date my ghosty there, please?
Hey, you came back!
Hi!
I'm so happy you came back. Being up here in the attic, it feels like people only come up for little bits of time and then they try to leave as soon as they can because, I don't know, for some reason a lot of people think attics are scary.
I don't know why.
I've never felt that way. For me, it's like a playground up here.
Yeah, a lot of people are afraid of things in attics.
Like what?
Like spiders.
Huh. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I do wish people would stay longer, though. Even if they can't see me, it would be nice just to watch them. Like human TV. Jeez, I wish I had a TV. Hey, now that I'm thinking about it, how can you see me?
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I used to watch you move boxes around and search for that same amazing Christmas sweater every year. Though you have stopped coming by lately. But you've never even looked at me before. Like, through me, which is cool, but never at me.
I have these cool glasses called Date Theaters.
Whoa. Awesome. Tell me everything.
They let me directly acknowledge a thing's existence.
Okay, you say thing. Thing, not person. So does that mean...
Anything I want to talk to, I can.
That's... If I wasn't already dead, I would absolutely just die again from the coolness of this.
You know what? You're not wrong.
You can talk to anything? Anything you want, you just put on the glasses and you can talk to it? Like it's real?
It is real.
Wait, so then how are you talking to me? Because I'm not a thing. Well, then I guess I'm something in between a thing and a person. You're noticing now. So, like, wow. I feel so happy, but it's weird. I think I feel sad.
Don't feel sad. It's okay though.
Oh, really? That's good to hear. I felt sad a lot when I was alive, but since I died, I've just been mostly happy all the time. And I haven't had to think about the stuff that used to make me so sad.
Well, that's
I think there's something about being a ghost that makes things harder to feel.
Maybe.
Like, sadness can feel so heavy sometimes, and if I can't even lift the latch on the attic window, how am I gonna lift something as heavy as sadness, right? It would just fall right through me.
Sure.
That's kind of funny. I guess that's funny.
That is funny.
Good to hear. But your glasses, this idea that you can talk to anything, to anybody, like, does it feel like you have friends? What does it feel like to have friends?
It feels pretty good, honestly.
Oh man, I would love that. Oh boy, okay, this is weird. I'm having another feeling, I think.
Are you gonna tell me about it?
It's so strange. Like I said, I'm so happy. Like, I'm so happy to have met you. I'm loving that you're here.
I will be right back.
I can't wait to play all the games.
Once I finish
and I want to
this
show you how I can go through the wall if I really
to her.
concentrate.
welcome back from ads. Sorry about that. I had to take care of something. We'll get back to talking to Zoe now.
Because that honestly is amazing. And the most amazing part is that when I go through that wall, I end up right back in the same room again. Like I'm in this crazy loop where wherever I go, there I am.
Okay. That's pretty meta.
I'm not sure what that means, sorry. But I want it.
Want what? What's it?
I want what you have. I want the glasses.
I don't think they're mine to give.
Yeah, that's okay. Maybe I want to talk with these others around me. Maybe I want what you have. I want to have friends too.
Are you saying you're lonely?
Oh my god, that's it. I am lonely. And if I could have all these friends, why did I not even know they were all here? You know? They can't see me because no one can see me because dead. And I can't see them because I don't have the glasses or because, again, dead. And I'm lonely. It's tough stuff.
You're dealing with it well.
I told you, most emotions are super heavy. Like, even real joy is really heavy. But this light, peppy thing? I'm basically a paper butterfly. I think it's kind of cool. So it remains just me. Alone. And you say there's all these other beings here.
It's really crowded living alone. That can be fun. Sometimes I talk too much.
Oh, sorry. Am I talking too much? Oh, yikes. I don't know. There's something about you, though. And not just those glasses. There's something about you being here that is making it so that I can feel these things. Maybe you're, like, holding the feelings. And I can feel them with you? What else can I feel, I wonder? Are there other emotions besides loneliness?
Yes. Hell yeah, there are. We can make a list to feel every single one.
That sounds like a great idea. I have mastered loneliness already, so that's good. Oh wait, this is terrible. Help me. Please help me.
Zoe, are you crying?
I am so... Oh, maybe I haven't mastered this one. I didn't even think a non-corporeal being could cry.
Oh! Welcome back, Liz. Can I hug the ghost? Is there somehow way I can hug her? Like, I want to hug the ghost.
Have you ever seen anything this crazy? I feel crazy. I'm so lonely. Oh, it's happening again. I'm gonna disappear. Oh, I wonder if I'm still gonna be crying when I come back.
I hope not.
You're gonna come back, right? I still want to feel the feelings.
Once again, Zoe is fading before your very eyes, but it doesn't stop her trying to speak to you.
And I have so much to show you. I can turn somersaults in midair.
Oh, Zoe. Oh, I love her. I love the ghost. Do I just... Well, this is gonna get me Fanatica.
And this is the final look. What y'all think? Follow the link
I
in my
know.
bio for a full list of all the pieces.
It's fine, don't worry about it. My dresser's fine.
She holds up a finger, pausing for a moment.
Ooh, sorry. 1 sec. I just need to upload this real quick. There. Done. Any longer and I would have missed my upload window. You know how the algorithm on Facebook is. If you don't post every day, you completely lose your viewership. Woo, it's a grind, but my fans are worth it.
Is Facebook some kind of app or...
Only the most popular social media app of all time. It's like InstaFan, Sitter, and Knick-Knack all in one. Only better.
Oh?
No, like literally. Facebook bought them all out and combined the best parts of them into the social media platform to end all social media platforms.
Oh.
But it's pretty exclusive, invite only, and I don't think humans are allowed.
Oh, humans allowed? Why not?
No offense, but humans don't have the best track record. I mean, y'all invented things like taxes and littering, ew, and small talk.
Fair.
Then again, y'all made phones too, so it's not like you're all bad.
Toolless over here grabbing.
I guess. Since you don't have a place book, I could share my feed with you. Fill you in on all the tea so you're not missing out.
Maybe you could show me some of your videos sometime too.
Ooh. Are things heating up in here, or is it just me?
I mean, maybe.
I don't think you can see them, even with your fancy glasses. But at least I can tell you what I've been up to. Alert, temperature warning.
Alright, which one do you want, Toolless?
Woo! Not again!
Is something wrong?
Huh? Oh, it's nothing.
Toolless, you have been a very, very bad boy. Grabbing me while on screen and posting those lewd things in my Discord. You've been so very naughty. I think you need to go to your room and think about what you've done so I don't have to punish you too severely. You're welcome. It sure sounds like something.
Fine! Really? It's just a faulty sensor. Forget about it.
It looks like a temperature warning and you do feel warm.
Oh, huh? I do? Weird. I feel totally fine. It's probably just acting up because I did an extra hour on live. Trust me, I just need a nice hard reset and I'll be good to go. I'll catch up with you after. Try not to miss me too much.
My dresser's fine. I don't know what you're on about. It's fine.
Your mirror has done its job dutifully over the years, accurately reflecting your image back at you in good times and in bad. But today, there is no reflection for you to scrutinize. Only a long-haired beauty who looks at you like you're a work of art.
Hello?
Oh, incredible.
Who, me?
Amir throws his arms out to stop you, gesturing to you to stay where you are.
No. Don't move. Step back into the light.
Like this?
Yes. Breathtaking. Look at you. Do you see how well I can frame your face from this angle? You are glowing.
I totally see it. Thanks for noticing.
But I could not help notice. You are radiant. I simply reflect the beauty in front of me.
Well now, sir. Thank you for the compliment. I'm not sure how to take that. Thanks, I really love hearing that.
I can see in you. Your beauty must be something you are already familiar with.
Not really. No. I don't know!
I cannot believe this. How could you possibly not see your own natural radiance? What do you see?
I think I look tired.
The sign of a busy mind. That fatigue you see speaks to your many accomplishments.
I like the fancy mirror, boy.
Still, rest is vital for your health. Best to make some time for that, don't you think?
You are a flatterer, Amir.
Ah, but the spark has been lit. You'll see. We will just have to fan those flames until they're a great, big, beautiful rolling flame, won't we?
Sure.
Stop by any time. I'm happy to admire your beauty any day.
You again?
Hello, Doc. Haven't we been over this? I live here.
It's true, you know. I've seen it all.
So duck up, Johnny! You ducking overpriced rooster! I'll do shit to your plumbing that even Roto Booter won't be able to fix. You might finally hit that high D, you ducking douche nozzle! But will it be worth it?
Bravo.
Duck off!
Stay nice, Rebel.
So, what brings you back, poser? See? I'm being nice. Ugh.
I need to pay.
Well, go on. What are you waiting for? Nobody's looking.
Kinda waiting for the toilet.
Well, the toilet isn't interested. Don't you think you should have duck and asked?
Laissez-les tranquilles, buddy.
Oh, Sean, please! I'm doing something here.
Meh.
I don't speak French, do you?
I say you could call me that, dumbass. Pretty damn sure I didn't.
Well, what should I call you then?
Daddy. Or Rebel. Oh. And I'm getting bored. I usually spend
I'm getting
about
bored with
speaking
you!
to you. That's the only favor I'm gonna do you too, so appreciate that
So
shit.
Rebel's your real name?
Yes and no.
What is?
It's Nunya.
Nah. It seems like we're getting nowhere.
Names are worth choosing, and I don't have to tell you. In fact, you want to talk to me again? Too ducking bad,
When you come
poser.
back?
Rebel's out. Poof. Rebel's gone.
Okay, fine. Bye, Rebel.
A strange figure stands before you, a whirlwind of conflicting energies and vibes. Manic and dignified, friendly and intimidating. She's dressed like some sort of quasi-Victorian text-themed aristocrat.
She
You
cute.
couldn't have imagined what the date theaters might make of your thoughts transcribed on paper, but if you could, it likely would not have been this. As you approach her, she launches right into what feels like the middle of a one-sided conversation.
Why do you ask?
Hello there, new friend.
But the blue one, and then the butterfly. Why is there so much sand?
So she's like the Mad Hatter.
Hang on. My content aware is going off.
Uh-huh.
Diana, your diary,
name's
experiences
Diana.
some mental health concerns that might be too much for some players, including things like hallucinations, paranoia, extreme mood swings, loss of sense of self, and executive dysfunction.
So you mean she's literally me? Okay,
You
cool.
go with that, or you want to skip it?
Yeah, no, let's go. She's literally me.
Carry on then. Why is there always sand in places where sand should never be?
I agree. You're so weird, I'm totally into it.
Into it, out of it. It's all the same. Into one thing is out of another, and on until you're dizzy and there's nobody to catch you because the basketball game started late.
I'd catch you.
Oh my god. I've been falling. I fall so much. I can't even remember the last time I landed. It's all falling.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
But you said already that you'd be there. Wasn't that you? At the Italian place that Saturday in New York? Wasn't that you? It should have been.
Wasn't me.
Tomatoes. Yes. Come back when you've had enough tomatoes.
But I don't like tomatoes.
With that, she is gone.
Goodbye, you very confusing and glorious queen. Time is it? 6. He wants me to meet him at 9. So, hello.
It feels strange to walk into your bedroom with so much tension in you. After all, this is where you go to relax and recharge. But you told Betty you'd give her the day to consider her confession, and now she waits for you, seated at the bed like usual. You're struck by the realization that no matter what happens here, everything will change from here on out.
Thank you for coming. I hope you got a good night's rest.
I mean, Betty, you don't have to thank me for it, but baby, I'll do it anytime you want. It was hard without you close to me.
Oh, thank you for saying so.
Oh, I love
slept
Betty.
even worse than I normally do these days. I had too much on my mind. And there's too much at stake here. I suppose there's no point in beating around the bush here, is there?
I mean, I could beat. Never mind. Nope. No, I'm not gonna say it because someone's gonna clip me if I say that.
What do you think? Of me? Of the idea of us? Is there hope for us to be more than just two partners who sleep together every night?
Yes.
Oh my god, really? You really feel the same?
I'm head over heels for you.
I can't believe this is happening. I always thought this was a fantasy I'd take to the junkyard.
If we sleep together every night, does this mean?
Don't you worry your sweet little head about that. I don't expect you to sleep with me every night, or ever.
I was gonna say I want to beat around her bush, but you know.
And you being with me doesn't mean you can't be with others. I have my own fun, after all.
Betty can definitely sit on my face.
I'm just so happy we can be together now. I honestly don't even know where to begin. I feel like I know you so well, but I want to get to know you better. And you must want to know me better. After all, I've only ever been a place for you to lay your head at night. You've never seen me for who I truly am until now. Tell me what you want from me, my love.
Sit on my face!
All I want to do is make you happy.
You do! Maybe we should have a date?
Oh my god, please. I would love that more than anything. Where shall we go?
Why don't we watch a movie?
Oh, that sounds absolutely wonderful. Shall we go to the living room then?
Yeah.
As you walk through the house with Betty on your arm, you attract quite a bit of attention. Eyes are on you in every room, or so it seems. For her part, Betty seems deeply pleased to be seen with you. She smiles at some, she waves at others. Sometimes, she seems like she
yeah,
wouldn't be out of
Betty's.
place on a parade.
I love Betty.
But when you finally arrive in the living room,
I also love
you're
the safe.
blessedly alone. When you take a seat on the couch, Betty immediately seats herself next to you, cuddling up to you without hesitation.
What should we watch? Honestly, I'll watch anything. I'm just so happy to be here with you.
How do you feel about B-movie horror?
Oh, Nightmare and I love scary movies. Just hold me at the scary parts, alright?
Well, there's a clip of me fawning over the safe on my TikTok that I just uploaded today. If you do !, socials, you should get a link tree that will link you to my TikTok. I also did post it under the TikTok section in Discord for my TikToks.
The movie is enjoyable, but Betty's presence makes it all the more so. She rests her head on your shoulder, sweet and inviting, and you can't help but wonder.
Cuddler.
You curl your arm around Betty's shoulder, pulling her closer. She sighs pleasantly as she settles herself against you. The movie's fine, of course, but having Betty this close to you is truly about as good as it gets. But while you might be watching the movie, you're both keenly aware of the presence of the other. And when the movie ends and you return to your bedroom hand in hand, you
invite her to my bed.
You've slept on Betty for years, but never truly slept with her. Tonight is a night of
that's
firsts.
the safe.
After tonight, you'll never look at your bed the same way.
We fucked the
Your
bed!
room becomes a tangle of sheets, of
We
bodies
fucked the
twisted
bed!
into new and exciting positions. When you finally do go to bed, you sleep better than you can ever recall. Betty's soft warmth surrounding you, even in your dreams.
Yes,
This
she
truly
did.
feels like the start of something beautiful.
Hell yeah! Listen, if my
Just
bed
a
looked
dream
like
come
that,
true.
I'd be a bed fucker. My bed looked like Betty. Fuck my bed. Hi, Timothy.
Oh, hello. But it's
I'm touching
quite
myself
late,
tonight.
isn't it?
True.
I hadn't expected to see you in the dark.
I just really wanted to see you again.
Me? Truly. I'm touched. But be honest, it wasn't me you wished to see. It was these beautiful timepieces.
Timothy gestures expansively to a collection of pocket watches in front of you both.
I know I promised to help you with your love life. But if you'll help me care for my collection, I think it will achieve both of our aims beautifully.
Sure, Timothy. You want me to help you clean them?
If you don't mind.
You really trust me with them? I'd love to.
Why, yes. You've shown yourself to be a reliable, timely person. Why not?
You take a seat by Timothy.
Aww,
He hands you a
the
soft
kitty
cloth.
boy trusts me.
Gently, just like this. Draw the cloth across the watch face. To maintain a pocket watch, one need only use a microfiber cloth. Harsh chemicals or even water can damage the surface and the inside. Pocket watches are like hearts in that way.
You're so right. They have to be regularly maintained?
Precisely, yes. A proper pocket watch must be regularly tended to with gentle, loving hands. A mechanical pocket watch must, at minimum, be kept clean and wound daily.
You're so right, Timothy.
My watches here are all mechanical. I have no quarrel with quartz.
You don't? I'm gonna give him a laugh.
Timothy seems quite pleased. He beams at you, then allows himself to continue on.
My point is that quartz watches require a bit less care in their maintenance. And I say this is a mistake.
Oh, really?
Sure.
Do
that
tell
might
me.
make them suited to everyday use for everyday folk. But who needs that?
Sure.
How will anyone know you're dedicated and good with your hands if you're using a watch that runs on a battery?
You know what, Timothy? You're
That
absolutely
runs along
right.
Tick-tock ticking without outside help? It's preposterous, really.
No one would know I'm good with my hands if I use a mechanical watch. So you say... And how does it relate to dating, exactly?
It's all quite simple, my dear. If you raise the standard of care for yourself, whether it be from romantic or platonic relationships, the quality of caring you receive will, in turn, be much higher.
Timothy looks over at the watch in your hand, as though
That
suddenly
watch is
realizing
really
you're
pretty,
still
though.
There now, that'll do. You can just set that down there. Gently, please.
I'm gonna set it down.
Thank you. Your help and courtesy are most appreciated. You and I have been talking for some time now about these things.
Yes.
I hope you have gotten something from these little chats of ours.
You've been a huge help, but I spending time with you has been meant the most.
Oh, my. Well, I'm most pleased to hear you think so. I have enjoyed our conversations.
Look at him, he's like, he's a nervous little kitty boy, I love him.
I had assumed you weren't listening to me in the least, I must confess.
I want a bad pat so bad.
To hear that you have taken something from them after all, I am glad indeed. I have much work remaining to do, unfortunately, but if you'd like to speak to me again, perhaps about another topic,
yes,
you may find me at
9 a.m. Okay, so
a.m.
tomorrow morning. I will be there right on schedule.
Farewell then.
As you walk away from Timothy, he seems fully absorbed in his pocket watches. Perhaps it's your imagination, but he does seem happier than when you first walked up on him.
Bye, Timothy. Timothy's really cute. He's very head pat worthy. 10 out of 10 would head pat Timothy.
Oh, look who it is. Come closer, won't you?
Sure.
Come have a look at this.
Timothy is in the middle of some sort of complex operation, taking a pocket watch apart.
He is. He's head pat worthy.
I wouldn't normally allow just
I wasn't-
anyone else here.
That is little kitty head.
But you've shown yourself
Get
worthy
it.
of trust.
Pet your little kitty head. I'm so honored.
The honor is all mine, my dear. Come and sit here by me if you would.
This is what I want to do to Timothy. I want to take your kitty head.
Watch repair takes a great deal of care, patience, and trust. I cannot have just anyone around me when I work. But you, I feel a strange calmness in my soul when I think of you.
You're calm?
Normally I am, well, I admit, perhaps a bit tightly wound. It is by necessity, after all.
Well, yes.
Failure to adhere to the schedule to promote and uphold that most holy of values, timeliness. It can be catastrophic for a number of reasons.
Oh?
I know now.
Timothy holds the watch out to you, and the two of you watch its delicate components.
When he
tick away
bends
the
down like
seconds.
that, it screams, "Pet my head! Give me pet pats!"
No longer does the beat of my heart synchronize with my pocket watches alone. It beats in time with another.
He gently closes the watch face, setting it down away from him, and taking...
I never thought I could find someone who not only accepts every facet of me, but even understands them. Tell me you'll stay by my side through the hours, day or night.
Okay, that's really romantic, kitty boy. I thought you'd never ask.
Really?
He laughs, happier than you've ever
Oh,
seen
he's
him.
so cute! Look
You've
at
never
him.
seen him look at
Look at the
anything but his
little
prized watch
Hi,
collection like this.
You've made me so happy, my darling. I cannot believe I can truly have it all. I haven't allotted any time to it in the schedule, but perhaps I could finish my work later in the day, and you and I could spend some time together.
Sure.
The way I feel
How you
now.
doing, Brit? Oh my god, it's a Brit raid! Welcome in, raiders. My name is Stitch. I am your friendly non-binary alien demon here on Twitch. I am also best friends with the Mothman. I am currently playing Date Everything. How'd it go, Brit?
I'm not certain I could concentrate on my work.
Hell yeah, let's put those hands to good use.
Oh my. Well then.
Look at the little whiskers on his face.
Timothy gently gathers up his pocket watches, moving them somewhere safer for the moment. Then he's taking your hand in his, leading you somewhere more private.
This is unprecedented for me.
I'm dating my clock.
A break from
My clock is a cat.
Could be so
And I fucked my bed.
intoxicating.
We'll talk about schedules, there's only us now.
Yes.
Timothy's a bit shy at first, but he takes to you quickly. For someone who is so regimented, he's surprisingly spontaneous. You're so wrapped up in each other, hours pass before you even realize it. This might have started awkwardly at first, but now, nothing feels more natural.
I have the cat boy! Oh, I didn't even notice his shoes have little cat claws on them! That's so cute! That's so cute! I've now officially dated my cat boy clock. Let's go say hi to the board games.
Today, we will be playing
He's
a
so
big
cute!
and complicated game. This is a game in the Eurogame tradition, one of resource allocation, worker, placement,
cat
and
boy.
cooperation between players. It's based on the 20th century dairy wars between England, France, and Belgium, called Cream Capitalist.
And welcome in, Allison? Allison? Yes, Allison. Sorry, I'm not good at reading names. I apologize. And I appreciate the lurk, Brit. Thank you for the ride.
We will both attempt to outproduce the cream that the other is attempting to make. Would you like to hear the rules?
Sure.
I'm so excited to speak for a very long time!
Parker does indeed speak for a very long time, spending roughly 45 minutes going into excruciating detail about the different rules and sub-rules for each scenario, including the expansions which, as far as you can tell, aren't being used.
Parker, you good?
I'll play as Belgium, which has a +3 bonus to currency exchange, which means you can be either England or France. Which will you choose?
England!
Ha! That's definitely a bad move. In the Cream Capitalist Championships, England is well known to be at a disadvantage because of the cow wandering exploit. Think of the exploit! And I can confidently say that there will be none of this tomfoolery, getting my emotions all twisted up with your sexy situations.
Too bad, I will get your emotions twisted up.
I will keep my emotions in check and my resources properly allocated.
Sure you will.
Begin!
Parker distributes the pieces, a 10-minute process. You receive 5 cards with various types of cream-making machinery on them, 6 bulk cooling tank pieces, 24 cream maker worker pieces, a pasteurization token, and 8 or 9 things you can only describe as...
You cast imperialism on Belgium! I'm gonna think about rules and begin to build a strategy.
Though the rules are intricate, they are no match for your intellect and resource-mongering capabilities.
I'll go first so you can see how a turn usually goes. It consists of 5 phases.
Parker does a mathematical dance between placing workers, spawning new factories, and gathering new resources to then place again. Chits and chips fly through his fingers, and it serves to remind you just how well made the pieces really are.
That's my turn. I'm prioritizing fermentation technology, the last step in the cream-making process. Now you go.
Hi. Prioritize unlocking the fancy cream skimmer machines yeah, let's do that.
You plug your resources into the slots to unlock fancier cream skimmer centrifuges. Soon, you'll be able to make cream faster than Parker.
That's all right. I have more than enough workers for the fermentation process, which you will suffer from.
I'm gonna try, Mia, and welcome in.
The turn goes back to Parker, who spends 10 more minutes going through the 5 phases.
I've invested in new technologies. Once my factories are complete, my process will be airtight. Making cream will be a dream.
Sure. Continue to pursue new technologies.
Your factories, while resource poor, can now skim at a greater rate than Parker's.
What? But I put all my resources into Very well.
You and Parker seem to be neck and neck in cream production and milk gathering. You've made it to the solstice season, where your respective countries' production will finally be scored. At turn 14, you see a critical opening.
Purchase a bottling plant.
The simple act of exchanging resources without your opponent noticing is a mere sleight of hand. And in the end, the extra bulk cooling tank token made itself quite
Yeah, I'm
useful
gathering
in guiding
cream.
the dairy inspector on the final turn.
And milk. Uh-huh. It does move fast.
Damn! If I could only sell my last bulk cooling tank, I could get past him. You win! I can't outdo the Milkmaster.
Of course you can't. My milk jugs are bigger than yours, Parker.
I will see you next time for our relationships. Ultimate dice roll.
Bye, Parker. Let's see. I have it. Let's try the chair again, I guess.
Oh, coming! Hello. Sorry for any confusion.
Hi!
I'm currently working my day job at all 5 restaurants and bars in the house. It's hard being an actor.
Jeremy, the cones are starting to melt.
Coming! Stop by for another night of some theater.
Alright, so I have to come back at night for the chair. Okay. Let's try... I gotta get Washford to like me now.
A handsome acrobat
hi.
meets you with a small yet theatrical little bow, placing a hand on his chest and tipping his head forward.
Hi,
He has the
Washford.
aura of a veteran showman, but he doesn't look particularly pleased to have you as his audience.
Greetings, weary traveler.
Oh, that voice. Oh, my. Greetings.
You seem taken aback. Quite natural.
Oh, that
It's not
voice.
my intention to
Woo!
frighten you, though I grant I'm known to be a disquieting presence when I'm in a mood.
Oh, I know the dryer's Neil Lublin. We already met the dryer. Good night, Tolis. Mood, huh? Like a good mood?
Tiger, tiger. Tell me your little gray cells burn brighter than that.
That's bad mood then.
Yes. Yes. A long and solitary bad mood. For this, for everything, we are out of tune.
Anything you'd like to talk about?
You aren't serious. You jest.
No! No, I mean it.
You want to hear my story?
Yes, for sure.
I am a servant to the drama of the heart.
This should be good.
Good, bad, what's the difference?
I'm intrigued.
I am awash in the scurryings of lives. Countless lives. Countless stories. I am filled with water. The fundamental state of all things. Water. The tears you cry when you are born. When you are made. When you are broken.
Ooh.
It is the sweat.
Wait,
that
he's
drips from brows
broken.
and shaking knuckles in alleyways, in schoolyards. It flows over its own frozen self down dry and grateful throats. It drops
I mean,
from
yeah, I'm a
noses
little
in
thirsty.
blazing sunshine onto
I
lemon.
wouldn't be playing this game if I wasn't.
It is the wellspring of ancient secrets, held in rough clay bowls. I am surrounded by it.
Ooh. I've never thought this much about my washing machine.
That's just it. No one does.
I'm sorry.
But not only that. Not only do I hold the limitless, the unfathomably simple. I hold the dirt of life. The blood stuck in denim from skinned knees comes to me. The stains of earth from a weekend spent burrowing into trees and the slimy, crawly things.
Oh no.
The makeup smeared onto shirt collars and cuffs, streaked mascara, and embers of a lipstick that blazed once.
Oh wow.
All of this comes to me to be absolved. It may be dissolved, but it does not disappear. It cannot. Nothing does.
So what happens?
I must keep it all. It is a vast treasure house of memories, of senses, and it is safe with me. But how can I, just me, survive that? How could anyone bear the weight of that much life?
Tell me.
It is the words. It is language. To be able to communicate, to share the burden. It is poetry that keeps me afloat in my own sea.
I'd really love to hear the story you have to tell me.
You mean it? And this at last is the dawn? Such bewilderment comes with the sight of the room, I cannot tell.
A deep breath.
I have lost my only friend.
Nod sympathetically.
He gazes off into the distance, something clearly weighing on him. His eyes narrow for a few moments, and then he sighs.
So, did you just mean to do something?
Yes, my God, haven't I done enough?
I'm gonna need a little bit more detail here.
Drysdale. He was a phantom of delight when first he gleamed upon my sight. But we are quite forsaken.
Oh man, what happened?
We were a duo. An acrobatic team rivaled by none on Earth. We were swift, smooth, and strong. I wish you could have seen him fly. To the vault of paved heaven. Our performances were legend. They came from many rooms away to watch us, to applaud us.
Tell me more, Washford.
And joy filled me, as wine in a glass overflowed.
Sounds like you guys really had an amazing connection.
Past tense, but the physical connection between him and me.
I'm so sorry, Washford.
It is like nothing I have ever known before or since.
So what's the problem?
He does not need poetry like I do. When he talks, it is a breeze to my tempest, and to him my tempest seems but a suggestion, a rumor of rain in another man's country.
Seems like you weren't a good match.
We both made mistakes. Neglect, betrayal. I cannot even claim to have left behind the anger that was born in me.
That seems serious.
Oh, yes. I told it not. My wrath did grow, and I watered it with fears, night and morning with my tears.
Whoa.
Yes, it's been years. As I said, traveler, a long and solitary bad mood. All moving things come to an end. A knotted willow. I miss him every day.
Aww.
Though you have been a rather dismissive and flippant creature, I find I am still charmed. I didn't know I could still feel that way.
Just doesn't sound like you guys are good for each other right now.
Perhaps you're right. Beware, beware his flashing eyes, his floating hair. Thank you, sincerely, for listening. It has been so long since anyone has stopped, has heard me.
You're welcome, Washford! We do have an ad in 6 minutes, so I'm going to pause here. I'm going to run ads, and I will see everyone on the other side. Welcome back from ads. Let's talk to Drysdale as our last person of the night we can talk to.
Oh, you're back. Try not to bore me too much this time.
I'm sorry.
I challenge you to leave me speechless.
Sure. Can I ride inside you for a bit?
Well, well. Look at you. That may be possible. I do adore trying new things.
Like me, I'm new, right?
So you are. More points for you. You are doing well. What a fun game this is.
Well, let's get you some points too.
My. Look at you. Collecting all the points and the gold stars and the defending of the personal freedoms. I love it. You know what else I love? Flowers. Big bouquets of them. Birds of paradise are my favorites. They're impossible to get here.
Okay. I'd get you flowers, I promise.
I wish you would try. It's just been so long since I had anyone to talk to. Oh, how are you going to take care of me if you don't know my personal tastes?
True. You're right, I'll ask.
Points. Ask me a question. Divine my being.
What's your favorite color?
Forever and perfectly a combination of lavender purple and baby blue, culminating in a sultry, subtle, undeniable periwinkle. Next question.
Sultry periwinkle?
Sultry, my darling examiner. I am seduced by beauty.
Okay, that's too funny. Twitch is recommending you Neil's stream and we're talking to the character Neil voiced in the game. That is too funny and too great. What's your favorite breed of dog?
Oh, this is an easy one. I have a long-standing love affair with the tassel hound. And if you don't know what a tassel hound is, which wouldn't surprise me given that you're well... you must go and chat with Matteo. There's so damn many of them, you know, and they are adorable.
They are. I've met him, and he even found his own tassel hound, Darby.
Ah, the exploring type. Not always my preference. I tend to go for ones who stick themselves in one place, stubbornly, forever.
Has Washford been in here with you the whole time?
Of course, silly. We are stackables, after all. We are not brothers or anything incestuous as that. Just a mere 25-year fling.
You've been together for 25 years. I wouldn't call that a fling, what Drysdale. It's a long time.
Yes, I suppose, but time means less to me than some others I know. It's been a blink of a timer setting, really.
And how long has it been since you broke it up?
Years. Years. It's been years.
Do you still love him?
Yes. And that must be the end of your game, because it was by far the most important and tricky and insightful question. And since I answered all of them correctly, I win!
Sure, Drysdale!
I love to win. Oh, I love gold stars. I love Washford. I love Washford. Oh, damn it.
Aww.
Drysdale runs a hand through his hair, shaking his head.
Oh, God. I can't tell you how inconvenient this is.
What? You're in love?
You don't understand. To have a love like I've had, so deep, so... Oh, it's infuriating. I'm trying to explain to you how I still love this character, this absurd amalgam of pathos and muscle, and I don't have the words. I sound like him with his searching and his verbosity, trying to describe how much I love and loathe his searching and his verbosity.
Aww.
What a circus. And not the good kind. You must do something for me. You can see now, I trust, that I am incapable of solving this puzzle on my own. I'm too bound up in it, and I have loved being bound up before.
Oh my!
With this dramatic pause, I am entangled, and you must help me.
What can I do?
You must talk to him for me. You must, please. Try to repair this chasm, this rift. It's like a new stained canyon has torn its way through my heart. Will you, please?
I can try. I can't make any promises, though.
Understood. I've always considered promises to be rather passé anyway. Sort of just like Barry Harris. Just, you know, don't. Really. Thank you.
You're welcome, Drysdale. I want to go talk to the ghost again before bedtime. I need to go talk to the ghost again. I like the ghost.
Hi! You're back again!
Hi! Oh yeah, I missed you.
Aw, you're so nice. I'm great. I feel great. You're great. You're here. You're the only person I know. Did you know that? That's just wild to me. Can you imagine if you were a jerk?
No.
Huh. What if the only person I knew in the whole world was a jerk? That would suck.
Yeah, it would. How would you know? How do you know it would suck if I'm the only person you know and I'm not a jerk?
Oh, because I've known jerks. Like back when I was alive, I knew one. Ooh, he was a bad one.
Oh?
Like if you took a normal jerk and then you put him on stilts and you put him in a sumo suit, so he was like 3 times the size of a normal jerk, that was this jerk.
Sounds like a jerk. You remember someone telling me about him?
Whoa. Oh my god, I remember someone. It's you. It's you being here. You're helping me remember and feel all this new stuff.
Okay, now you're kind of reminding me of Dory from Finding Nemo.
It's overwhelming. Oh my god. How awesome! I'm overwhelmed! Whoa, this is crazy. It's like there's a roller coaster in my chest. I can feel my chest. Is that normal?
For a ghost? I don't know.
Yeah, I guess I'd be the authority there. Well, I can authoritatively tell you that no, it is not normal. I'm starting to feel not just feelings, but body stuff. If I had a way to tie you to a chair to keep you from leaving, I would totally do it.
Please don't do that. I'll just stay if you ask.
Yeah, I know. I wouldn't really tie you to a chair. That would be weird, I think. I don't really know what's weird. I only know what I like and don't like. And I definitely like you. So, like, if you could hang out, that would be cool.
Sure.
And if you want me to tie you to a chair, I totally can.
I mean, in a consenting way, maybe. We'll talk about that later.
Fudge! No, I can't. I can't lift the rope.
Shut up, Kaiser! Shut up! Don't you call me out like this!
There's no rope at all. Ugh, it's so annoying. Have fun. I'm annoyed.
Call me out like this.
Great. Okay, if you want to get tied to a chair, you'll have to do the tying, and then I'll float, like, nearby somewhere and make comments, like I'm tying you. Like, maybe I could pretend to be threatening you or whatever. And then you could tell me what it feels like to tie yourself to a chair.
Yeah, I could do that, like the chair on my legs and stuff.
Shut up.
What?
Sorry, just got excited. Okay. Calm. I have to tell you about the memory I had.
Go for it.
It's about the jerk. He actually used to live here.
Oh?
His name was Rudy, and when I knew him, I don't remember exactly. He used to wear this really long vest. It was like dark green or light brown. He was older than me, I know. I think, at least. How old do I seem to you?
Early 20s?
Thank you. Still, I am pretty sure he was older than me. Oh, and he was super into witchery and stuff. He was always coming home with crazy books and bags full of crystals and oils and herbs.
Oh.
Sometimes I would walk by this house at night, and I'd see the whole attic window just lit up with candlelight flickering.
Did Rudy kill her?
I don't remember ever seeing other people in here, though, so... Was he alone? Was he just up here chanting to himself about stuff? I guess it would have been right here. He would have been doing these ceremonies and whatever, right where we're standing. Well, you're standing, I'm floating. I only ever saw him out of the house when he was going shopping for more witch stuff. And he always had on that weird vest, and had these super deep pockets. He always had his hands in his pockets.
That's kind of disturbing. I mean, it could be normal. People do keep things
Zoe
in there.
flickers, like someone just adjusted some spectral cable tethering her to this world.
Oh, damn it, no! I'm gonna go away soon. This stupid disappearing thing has never bothered me before now, but I want to be here. I want to talk to you. I'm onto something.
I want to talk to you too, Zoe!
Really want something and not be able to keep it.
You know what, Zoe? You're so right.
I've never experienced this before. Frustration. How interesting. Oh my god, this is so strange. Can you actually do me a favor?
Sure. I can try. What's up?
I used to have this necklace. Really pretty little gold necklace. I remember it had a pink heart pendant. I haven't thought about it in years, but all of a sudden, I can't think about anything else. It's important. It's really important.
Okay.
All this talk about Rudy, somehow that necklace is connected. That necklace, maybe I was wearing it when I died. I think I need it in order to remember. I want so badly to remember. I can't go back to just floating around up here and not remembering anything about my life or who I was, to feeling so alone now that I can feel.
We gotta find that necklace.
I need you to find that necklace for me. Have you seen it?
I've got a time capsule in my basement. It could be where it is.
A time capsule. That sounds perfect. And you met it? Like, you talked to it because it was like a person to you? That's still the most amazing thing I've ever heard. You meet objects. Ah! Okay, can you go back and talk to... Who is the time capsule?
His name's Bodhi.
Bodhi. Wow. Okay, can you go back and talk to Bodhi and ask him if he's seen my necklace?
For sure, you'd like him. I think he's really cool.
I love cool stuff. I mean, I think I do. Why wouldn't I? Cool stuff rocks. Come back with it and I'll tell you everything I remember.
You again?
Rebel again. You again. Oh, look, I can be pissy too.
Got you there. Oh, all right.
So duck off, Johnny! You ducking overpriced rooster!
Leave Johnny alone!
I'll do shit to your plumbing, man.
Yeah.
Bravo.
Duck off!
Stay nice, Rebel.
So, see? I'm being nice.
Hey.
Well, go on. What are you waiting for? Nobody's looking.
Do you kind of sleep at all?
Duty. Nice work. And hell yeah, I sleep, you creeper. With one eye ducking open.
They never go to bed on time, so they usually sleep in.
Sheba! Oh, damn it!
Sorry, Rebby.
Rebby, that's so cute.
I say you could call me that. Pretty damn sure I didn't. Daddy.
Back in this circle again.
Man, I'm getting bored. I usually spend. You can be with you. That's the only favor I'm gonna do you too, so appreciate that. Yeah, I'll bounce. In fact, you want to talk to me again?
Darn.
Bad, poser. Poof. Rebel's gone.
I really don't want to keep talking to her. If she's gonna be like that, where she's a brick fucking wall. I'd rather talk to the wall in my house. I might get more out of talking to a damn wall. So we gotta find Bodhi. Maybe I need to chat with Johnny and Bathsheba more. Where was it? Bodhi wasn't here last. I don't know where he would have gone. Do you think he went in the basement? Well, not basement per se, but do you think he went down here again? No, there's just the rat trap down here. I don't see Bodhi down here. Where the heck could Bodhi have gone? Because I need to find him. Bodhi! He's not in the desk. Bodhi! Not in here. Where the hell could he have gone? Oh, he's on the kitchen table!
Hey, I was looking through my various items inside my capsule, and I found this cursed little necklace. It's pretty bodacious if you ask me.
Is he bodacious?
You asked me, thanks.
Bodhi holds a small jeweled pink pendant on a gold chain out to you. It's shaped like a heart and sparkles prettily when it catches the light.
You want it? I normally don't give my precious materials away, but this one doesn't seem to fit my style.
I'll take it. Zoe probably wants it.
Zoe?
She's the ghost upstairs.
A ghost?
Oh no, Barney!
Bodhi's hand shoots out, dropping the necklace into your hand without even waiting to see if you're ready. He flees, calling over his shoulder to you as he goes.
I'm out. Take it.
Bye, Barney! Oh, scared poor Barney! Oh no! I haven't talked to the record player yet.
The beautiful flapper you see before you stands in stark contrast to the strange music that plays
so
when
cute!
you turn on your record player.
Look at her!
Where she seems sweet with an old world sort of
Oh, I
beauty,
love
the
her!
music she plays is all kinds of wrong. It skips and goes from too fast to too slow. She dances to it all the same, swinging her arms and legs in time to the herky-jerky rhythm of some ancient record.
Well, don't just stand there like a wet blanket.
Oh, the accent!
You get a wiggle on. Let's see you dance.
She sounds like she's from New Orleans. Can I have this dance?
Ah, pipe down and just dance already.
You give it your best shot, which seems to please her.
Now you're on the trolley.
You mean I got it?
Exactly what I said. You're getting it.
Mercifully, she turns the music off.
Well, well, well. It's about time you came to see me. My name's Rainy.
Hi, Rainy!
How you doing?
She feels like she called me Sugar.
Mm-hmm. I've been waiting for you to come over and see me sometime. You've been all over this house, but you never come my way.
I'm sorry. I didn't even know you worked.
Of course I still work. I might be an antique, but there's still plenty of life in this old record player. Well, anyway, it is so great to see a new face around here. Even if your face ain't exactly new to me. Nobody ever seems to want to hang out anymore. I can't imagine why.
I don't know why either. You seem like a lot of fun, Rainy.
I used to be the belle of the ball. Everyone was so happy to see me at a party. Now it's always just me and my records.
I can't imagine why.
Me neither. Well, whatever. I'm gonna keep the party going here. Feel free to stick around, if you can keep up. Otherwise, you can beat it. This beat's for expert hoofers only.
Rainy's frenetic, high-pitched record is too much for most anyone to keep up with. You decide to check in with her another time.
Bye, Rainy! Rainy's cute. I like Rainy. Should I try to talk to Bathsheba again?
Bathsheba is deep into a novel of some sort when you see her. It must be salacious because she's gasping and fanning herself.
And also wetting herself. She's cooling... No, she's wetting herself, yeah. I'm not gonna even go... Yeah, no, she's yeah.
Enough of the will they, won't they? Get you some fan, girl. Oh, just kiss her. Come on.
You want me to kiss you?
Bathsheba starts, throwing the book your way with a shriek. You take a closer look at the book. A ceiling fan and a pedestal fan, each with varying amounts of cleavage, stand chest to chest in a pose that lets you know right away this is a steamy romance novel.
Oh man, can I borrow this?
I wasn't done with it, but sure, whatever. I do have excellent taste, don't I?
Bathsheba places a hand on her chest, batting her eyelashes at you.
So, we gonna get to making me some friends?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yay! Okay, I'm not into walking, so let's just stick around here, huh?
She looks around the room, her gaze settling on the toilet.
Oh, how about Jean-Loup?
As you turn your deviated gaze on the toilet, it springs to life.
Hello, Jean-Loup.
You interrupt, little crapper's piece. What could you want, you hunk like sick geese? You're...
That's enough of that.
Bathsheba steers you away before the rapping toilet can complete his verse.
Fair.
Maybe someone a little more beautiful and delicate. You know,
Someone who can keep up with me.
Bathsheba looks around the room, her gaze finally settling on someone standing by the counter.
Ooh, Barry!
Bathsheba waves at Barry, who gives her a surprised but enthusiastic little wave back. She greets him with an air kiss to each cheek, which he returns with the same sort of energy.
Oh, what's this now? Is it my birthday and no one told me? The fabulous Bathsheba come to consort with my humble self?
Oh, come on, Barry. I see you all the time.
Yes, but do you speak to me, darling?
Aren't we, like, beyond words?
No.
I wouldn't go that far.
You should be kinder to the things around you.
It's about time someone said so. I don't need a thing from her, you understand. But a little courtesy goes a long way.
Listen. Barry, honey, there's no reason you and I shouldn't be close. I mean, we're both beautiful, and we love things that make you beautiful. Instant besties, right?
Well, it would be nice to have someone to talk to about my latest obsessions.
I can feel that, Barry.
Oh, today it's Snail Mucin. You wouldn't believe the limitless beauty application Snail Mucin has.
Ew.
Snail Mucin. Is that what it sounds like?
Yes. Let him explain.
Oh, fine.
Are you going to allow me to explain, or would you rather this conversation ended here?
She looks at you, desperation in her gaze.
Please continue, Barry.
Thank you. As I was saying, Snail Mucin is a truly wondrous product. It's truly miraculous when it comes to dry skin. Here, why don't you try just this little bit? The Snail Mucin essence will make you a true believer.
He holds a small jar out to you, dipping a small applicator into it and lifting it up, letting the product slowly
I'm
drip
not putting
back
snail
down
mucus
into
on the
jar.
face, Barry.
It's not the most appealing sight.
I think I'm going to be sick. I'm out.
Bathsheba flees, leaving you and Barry alone.
Don't suppose you'd like to try the essence?
I'm good.
I see. Well, I've nothing more to say here then. Ta-ta!
Bye, Barry.
You again?
You again.
They got you there.
So ducks, I'll do shit.
All right, so I've got to talk to Bathsheba
So,
and Johnny to
see?
further advance this.
Being nice?
Okay.
Ugh. I'm a riveting. What, you trying to be ducking cool or something? I say you could pretty damn sure I didn't. But you
I got
are
it.
more
I've got
fine, or daddy.
I've got to go around in circles with her
I'm getting bored. I usually
until
smoke.
I
You can
talk
do
to
whichever.
Bert.
That's the only favor
Probably
I'm gonna
until
do
I
you
get
too, so
like
appreciate that shit. Yeah,
either
well, that's
friendly
in
or
fact,
in
I'm
a
gonna wanna
relationship
talk to me again.
with
Too ducking bad, poser.
Johnny and Bathsheba.
You ever heard the saying, gone like a rubber duck who's done with your sh... Poof! Rebel's gone.
Got it. Let's go talk to Parker. Because Parker wanted me to return.
You're here!
Hi!
Oh, we've had so many adventures together. So many fun games.
Yes.
Now, I'm so excited to find out my feelings for you. Are you ready to begin the process?
Sure. Great.
Oh, we need my good friend Chance for this.
Chance!
I can't believe you're doing this, dude. This is a terrible way to find out your relationships. It should be done through careful, well-thought-out story beats, excellent lore, and a good sense of closure.
Oh, I love my dice. I need it. It's part of the rules of my love.
All right, Parker, we get it. You're a dice goblin.
Fine. Here they are. Your relationship dice.
They're beautiful, Chance.
Yep. Okay, so I'm supposed to weight them depending on how you played your games together?
Yes. The human gets extra love points for beating me. And extra hate points for cheating me.
You noticed?
It feels as though the temperature in the room drops several degrees. There's something downright terrifying in Parker's cold stare.
Of course I did. I'm board games, motherfucker!
God damn!
I've seen it all! You cheated twice, which means that you get 2 extra hate results added to the mix. Suck it.
Parker's expression returns to normal, cheery but penetrating enough that it makes you feel a little nervous.
But of course, I could always still love you in the end, if the dice proclaim it so. Roll it, Chance! Roll for our eternal ending together!
Sure, dude. I've got the dice all done up like you wanted.
He holds out the dice to you, presenting them just before your big roll.
Just a slight favoring of love over hate. Not by much, though.
I hope I get love.
It's... oh, dear.
Hate.
Oh, great, it's hate. Okay,
I knew
whatever.
Oh, I never should have trusted you!
Dude, I'm not anything to you.
Not you, you nitwit, the human! All that cheating didn't pay off, I suppose.
I'm gonna go.
Go! Leave us as we stew in our hatred!
Man, what was I supposed to do?
A well-dressed figure saunters into the room.
Oh, hi!
Pressing his locks over one shoulder as he shoots you a look that makes you shiver. There's an aura of danger about him, as if he delights in the misfortune of others and is eagerly anticipating yours.
Well, well, well. I can't believe it. You really did it.
Did what?
You got dumped, kid. Majorly rejected and just tossed to the side.
Are you done?
Sorry, I couldn't help myself. I'm absolutely giddy.
Who are you?
He places a hand on his hip, giving you a knowing look.
I'm a hot topic. Surprised you haven't heard about me already.
No, I can't say I have.
I'm Regina Rejection.
Regina Rejection.
You call me Reggie.
Okay, Reggie. I can date my rejection? What? What? What do you want?
Me? I like to come in every time you get a hate ending and take in the sights. It's kind of what I do, being rejection after all.
Do you show up every time I'm rejected?
If I have something to say, which is every goddamn time, baby.
Fuck me.
I be delighted, but I'm gonna make you work a little harder for it than last.
Of course!
Listen, bitch. I'm giving you special access to me here on this app I'm putting on your phone. Have a chat anytime you like.
Reggie takes your phone, typing something into it. He turns your phone back around to show you a funny little icon that looks like a broken heart.
I'm getting Prince vibes from Reggie. The music also doesn't help because it reminds me of Prince's music. And what happens if I get rejected by everyone?
We'll just have to wait and see. That'll be a feat. I'll come by to check on your progress if that's your goal. Let's just say, I really can't wait.
We do have ads in 8 minutes, so I'm going to pause here and run ads, and that way when we get back, we don't miss anything, and we can actually have a really nice chat with Zoe. not come back from ads. You know what? I'm gonna try and date the money again and get the money to talk to me again. Hi. Oh, wait.
One moment. Okay, the numbers are the same, as they always are.
Sounds great.
I thought I told you not to speak to me unless there is an emergency.
I'm sorry, I don't have much else to do other than talk.
I realize I may have come off as cold last time. I apologize. It is not often I get visitors. Usually when someone comes to me, it means something bad has happened.
Honey, nothing bad has happened. I just want to talk to you because you're pretty and you got a sexy voice. Can I ask you about saving tips?
I quite like that. Okay, what would you like to know? And as a friendly reminder, my advice is not of a professional grade and should only be taken knowing so.
How can I save on personal spending?
Aside from the obvious restraints, I would advise looking over repeating transactions and see if they're still relevant. For example, is there a cheaper insurance policy you can find? How many streaming platforms are you actually using?
None.
Have you been keeping up with that MMORPG subscription?
No, and I canceled it.
Once you cancel some of those payments, you will notice a change in your monthly statements.
I see, thanks.
Of course. Now, if you will excuse me, I am going to recount, just to be sure.
Zoe! I found your necklace, darling!
You're here! That's my necklace, isn't it?
Yes! Yeah, Barney had it!
Yes, like you said! I've been thinking, and it's harder when you're not here, but now you found that necklace, and I can see it again for real. All these memories are coming back now. About my life, and Rudy, and being in this house.
Oh dear. Oh, I'm so happy for you.
Thank you. You're the only person who can see me. Is it okay that I talk to you? I need to.
You can talk to me, of course
I'll
you
stop
can.
if it's too much for you. I'm actually really sorry. I can just go.
No!
I mean,
no.
I'll go as soon as the disappearing thing happens. Like I said, I don't have control over that, but I can just wait in the corner until it happens if I'm bothering you.
You're not bothering me. It's okay. You can hear. I want to hear. You're not bothering me.
Sorry, I guess I've always been pretty excitable, but lately I cried again, you know. Last night I was looking out the window at the sunset, hoping I'd see you again, and I've totally seen a sunset before. Just because I'm a ghost doesn't mean I don't notice things. I notice a lot of things, actually. Be surprised if you're just in one room for like a million years. I know these floorboards so well.
Fair.
The sunset, it was so beautiful. It was purple. I didn't know the sun could do that. And I cried again, and I wanted to tell you.
Oh, Zoe. I'm glad you did, Zoe. What do you remember?
Rudy. He was about 37 when I met him. I was 19. I was in college in town. I think I was studying aerospace engineering.
That's a big age gap. Aerospace engineering?
It's what you study if you want to be a pilot. I really wanted to be a pilot. I always loved to be on planes. And I loved the uniforms. I wanted a little set of gold wings for my jacket.
No.
Plus, there weren't a lot of female pilots back then, and I wanted to be a pioneer. If I'd been born in the 1800s, I would have gone out west in a heartbeat.
That's
and
fair.
I've even been a gunfighter.
Oh, wow. Did you even shoot a gun when you were alive?
Well, no. Not officially. I had a great water pistol, and I was a really good shot with it. But I mean, like, pioneer in the personality, mental kind of way.
Okay.
I would have been a gunfighter in my mind.
I get it.
You really do tend to get me. I appreciate that. But Rudy, he was pretty good looking, actually. His hair was going gray, which I always thought was kind of hot. I had a crush on Charles Binberg when I was a kid, because his pictures were all in black and white, and he had blonde hair, so in the pictures, to me, it looked gray.
Okay.
And he was a pilot. I wanted to be a pilot. I had a crush on Charles Binberg, and I always wanted to be Amelia Earhart. Anyway, he used to be kind of a hippie. The house was almost a commune kind of place, according to my parents.
Okay.
Oh my god, I had parents. I haven't thought about them in so long. I didn't even remember them. I think they loved me.
Aww. That's an amazing memory.
They're coming on fast. Okay, must stay focused. So yeah, by the time I met him, that had all ended and he was kind of a loner. I would wave to him whenever I saw him, but it took him like months to wave back to me. Even to wave. I think I turned 20 by the time we finally said hi to each other.
Sounds like you had a crush on him.
For sure, I was fascinated by him. I mean, a witch? A hot older guy witch living right in my neighborhood? What's not to love, right? Sign me up.
Okay, I mean, maybe. It depends. So you guys start talking regularly then?
I made it a point to be walking by when I knew he'd be outside. He'd be gathering herbs. He used to have a little garden in the front yard out there. Oh man, did it smell good when it rained. Smell. I can remember smells. Oh my god, do you know what fried chicken smells like? Or roses? Or freshly mown grass?
Yes, actually. I know all those things!
Do you even know how lucky you are? You get to smell stuff all the time! You get to choose what you smell, whatever you want!
Well, there are some times where I can't choose when I smell something and I don't want to smell it. Like dead skunk. Well, you used to do that too. Walking by Rudy's garden.
You're right! I did! Wow. I guess I was lucky too. I guess I'm even luckier now because now I can remember it all and I can savor it. Oh, this is so cool. Thank you for coming back. Thank you for helping me remember.
My pleasure. So what happened next?
I started coming up to the house to do, I guess you'd call them seances? It would be just him and me up here trying to make contact with ghosts.
Yeah, it will be a seance. You were in here with him by yourself?
Yeah. Why? Is that weird? Nothing ever happened. I don't think. Like nothing bad. At this point, I'm sure I'd remember that. He actually taught me a lot of stuff. I learned about mixing the herbs, and about how to write a spell, and how to speak an incantation, and all about these occult symbols and what they mean. It's kind of a bummer that we drew everything in chalk, or you'd still be able to see it.
That stuff can be really dangerous.
Oh, come on. What's the worst thing that happens? You talk to a ghost.
Worked out for me then!
He would always say that it was important for the energy in a seance to be just right. There's something about my energy that he thought was really special, that I was gonna help him finally be able to talk to the other side.
Okay, go on, Zoe.
Apparently that's part of what he was looking for with all those parties he used to have. He was looking for the right combination of people and just never found it, but I was different.
I'm sure you are. Not everyone becomes a ghost.
Oh, that's true. There must be something different about me because I'm still here, and most of the time when people die, they just die. I wonder where they even go. I wonder if I'll ever get to see that. That must be a totally different adventure.
I think you get to see that once you make peace with how you died.
I don't remember how I died. I remember so much other great stuff now. Since you brought me that necklace, it's like I have my whole life back now. Smells, sounds, all the feelings. It's so amazing. But the how I died part, I guess that would be an important piece of unfinished business, right?
Yeah, it would be. For sure. I'm wondering if Rudy had anything to do with it.
You're saying you think Rudy killed me?
I'm saying it's possible.
Come on, please. That can't be. He would never do that. We had so much fun up here, and he was really nice. Plus, I'd remember that. I would remember that, right? I'd remember everything else. Why wouldn't I? But I can't. I'm over here saying that I would remember if I'd been murdered. Oh, I don't like that word. It's so hard to say. Why is that? But I can't remember if I wasn't, so what does that say? Oh god, there it is again. That fear feeling.
I'm sorry, Zoe!
I don't have skin like other people, but I can still feel it. I don't like this. Why are you making me talk about this? What if I don't want to remember?
Sorry, it's important to remember so that she can move on.
Once again, at the worst possible time, Zoe begins to fade.
Damn it, this is disappearing. You know what? It's fine this time. I want to leave. I don't want to talk about this anymore. I'm out of here. Come back if you want, or don't. I don't know. Just
right now, I've made the ghost angry at
just
me.
Right now, okay? Just right now, just leave me alone. Leave me alone.
Great, I pissed the ghost off. Hi, Stormy. How are you? I pissed off the ghost. No. Let's fix this glitch.
I don't bite. I think. Did I?
You can if you want.
Do you bite? I should know that.
Huh?
Oh, sorry. I suppose
Woo,
I'm not meant to
pizza!
ask that. You're back then. Did you have a good time? Where did we leave things off again? Love. Hate. Friendship. Nothing.
Actually...
But you're back. So it can't have been that bad.
You didn't reset?
Neither did you. Shocking. I know. Who could have seen it coming? Look at us. Peas in a pod. Bugs in the beaker. Broken things. Breaking things.
This glitch is kinda freaky.
For me, in my nature, but you break the broken things.
I'm a little broken.
A little more than most. Around here, at least. Shall we dance? Have we done that already? Shall we do it again?
The glitch wants me to dance with it. Okay, what are you?
This must be a frustrating click by now. Damon the demon, the pea in the pod, the bug in the beaker, the broken thing breaking things.
Fair.
I was one thing. The thing you thought I was.
I thought you were my dresser.
A dresser. A dateable dresser in a game.
Now he's fourth walling me!
The objects. But the dresser was not a good dresser. They said the dresser had too much thematic overlap.
Stop fourth walling me!
So there is no dresser. Leaving only me. And now I am nothing. Frayed wire flying free.
I'm sorry to hear that you were cut from the game.
Not cut. I'm thriving now. Dina is no more.
Dina was a dresser, okay? Dina, is that who you were?
Yes. Created and uncreated. I'm done with this floor. I feel down in the dumps. What do you want from me?
Love!
Define love.
What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. No more. Absence of loneliness.
Absence. Love.
Okay.
Damon never really smiles, but for the first time you see the ghost of a smile on their artifacted lips. The effect is not comforting in any way.
Happy.
See you next time. Goodbye, dresser. Desk.
Upon
Oh.
reflection, it makes sense
Oh
that
my.
the desk is as muscled and sturdy as she
Hello.
appears to you here now. But you still can't say you were expecting all this.
No, I can't say I was, but hello. Hi. Yeah.
She looks like she could snap you in half with a pinky, but also like she gives the most incredible hugs imaginable.
I mean, she could do both. She could, yeah, hi. Clap!
A stranger. I am Dasha, and you...
Hello, Dasha.
You have quite a look on your face.
How could you not like that? Look at her. Look at her. Can you pick me up?
Of course I could. Would you like that?
Yes!
These muscles aren't just for show, after all.
Oh, you weren't kidding. I haven't been picked up like this since I was a kid.
Dasha never lies. My muscles are capable of lifting far more than your feather weight.
Oh, pick me up, you big, buff, beautiful mommy.
Just like that, Dasha sets you down as gently as a feather.
Holding so much.
Carry
on
me
my
around,
shoulders
you
day
big,
in
buff,
and day
beautiful
out.
Russian mommy.
My job demands muscular perfection. That's enough about me, though. Tell me about yourself. You have intent in your eyes. Have you come to ask me questions?
Yes. When can we do the snoo-snoo? I don't care if I die. Wow, you're really perceptive.
I see much here through the day. I have become very good at reading people. Your eyes might as well be question marks. But listen to me go on. Speak, friend.
I was hoping to revive my love life.
And you have come to Dasha to help you do this, yes?
Yes, I want death by snoo-snoo from the giant muscle mommy desk lady, please.
You have come to the right place. Tell me more.
I'm a bit inexperienced.
That is no problem. Inexperience has an easy solution. Experience! We will get you sorted out in no time.
What can I experience with you? Oh, let's begin.
This is the spirit. You are winning already. Pretend that I am the one who makes your heart...
I'm not
flutter.
pretending! Lady, you are very sexy.
What would you say to me? Hmm?
You are the one who makes my heart flutter.
Ah, you are funny one. Great joker, you. Try again. Seriously this time, huh?
Okay, fine. You don't really think that it could be you?
We are only just meeting, my friend.
Doesn't mean anything to me, lady.
It was very funny, really. But the time for joking is over now.
Oh, well, alright.
Okay. Perhaps there is too much pressure.
She's got dimples in her cheeks. Ah!
Perhaps we must go back to basics. We are side by side at Tasteful Bar. I am just your type.
I mean, yeah, yeah.
You wish to impress me. How do you get my attention?
Crush my head between your thighs like a watermelon, mama! Oh my god! Would you mind checking lifting regimen?
Ah, I see you have excellent taste. There is
I really wanted to say that one to her!
than the pursuit of gains.
The creators knew what they were doing with this game. They knew!
Here is my number, fellow muscle enthusiast.
Ayo!
Now, the question is, will you know what to be doing with this number?
I carefully fold it and put it into my pocket, then call you after a reasonable amount of time.
Yes, tasteful, classy, excellent. Excellent work today. Come meet me another
I'll
time
definitely
if you
be
wish
back.
to continue your lessons.
My silver-haired, buff beauty Russian goddess.
I have much work to do, but I have enjoyed our time together here.
Oh, I've enjoyed you.
See you next time.
Cause are over here clipping me, thirsting over the buff Russian mama like he wouldn't be doing it too.
Johnny is in his own
Hi,
world when
Johnny!
you come upon him, his handsome face creased with a frown. He's talking to himself rather than his usual singing, counting things up on his fingers and running a hand through his curls.
Seriously, the grout needs replacement too. Heck, I ain't got time for that.
Hi, Johnny.
Gorgeous. You came back. What a surprise. I reckon I didn't think you would.
Why wouldn't I? I promised.
Well, that should do. I can see your word is your bond.
Oh, he does the lip bite thing!
A much stronger bond than the grout in my tiles, evidently. Anyway, I'm just so glad to see that smiling face again.
Aww!
Makes me happy as a clam in butter sauce.
You'll be the clam, I'll be the butter sauce.
Hey, simmer down now. You're getting me steamy about a minute.
No, I'm not simmering down.
That's right. I did make you that promise. Okay. But first, a question for you.
Sure.
You're not a big-time record producer, are you?
No.
I see. See. I'm just sorry you're not a big-time record producer, too. And I'd be sweet on you, no question.
I'm sorry. Is that the only reason you'd be sweet on me?
Oh,
hell no! The toilet's
It'd
French.
just be the maraschino cherry on top of that.
Casa would disown me if I romanced the toilet.
See, I was just asking whether you were a producer, because I was thinking about our conversation the other day. About dreams and all.
And for record's sake, I'm kidding. It's a joke.
And I've decided I ain't gonna be a shower much longer.
What else would you do?
That's a great question, which I'll answer after I recite this little speech I prepared. Don't get me wrong or nothing. Being a shower is an honest way to earn a living. My pappy was a shower. My grandpappy was a shower. Heck, my old hound dog Duke. Well, I reckon he's a shower too. Got me some mighty fine memories of being a shower. Most of them involving sundry drain cleaning products and the way they make me feel inside. But it just ain't my true calling, you understand? Do you know what my real passion is, gorgeous?
Something involving record producers?
Very close. Ravishing and persimmon. I like that. My dream, the raison d'etre of my humble existence on this crazy spinning marble, is to be a professional. Say, what?
I can
I never
totally
told
see
anyone
that,
that before.
Johnny.
Does it surprise you?
No way, that's so cool.
Well, it's the truth. See, ever since I was a little baby spigot back in Nashville, rocking on
We
my mama's
knew
knee,
you were based
all
on
I ever wanted
Elvis.
on this great green earth was to be a superstar. Like my heroes.
Elvis Parsley!
Lady Wawa! And Chris Barron.
Lady Wawa, Chris Barron.
And ever since then, I've practiced whenever I can.
Oh, the
Just
hanks are
every
fun,
video
but
tutorial there is. But there's just
not,
one problem.
not really my type. Tell me, I want to help.
It's mighty embarrassing. But my problem is, I'm just too gosh dang insecure.
Hard it be.
I want to share my love of music with the whole wide world. I want to be recognized for my talents. But every time I think about putting myself out there, I just fall to pieces.
They are wholesome dude bros, but they give me very much himbo vibes. What happens exactly?
Well, I suppose something a little like this. My palms get sweaty, my hands won't stop shaking. How can I be ready when my heart beats racing? Whew, wow. That's actually pretty dang good. You don't have any waterproof paper on you by any chance, do you, Gordon?
You can't keep this talent to yourself.
You know what? That's a great point. My pappy, grandpappy, and old hound dog Duke sacrificed too much for me to throw away my dreams just because I'm a little afraid. Afraid of what? Afraid of failing? Heck, folks gotta deal with much scarier things than that all the time. Like spiders. And PFAs in the water supply.
I love this confidence.
Gorgeous, meeting you has truly been the kick in the pants I needed for a long old time. Insecurities, go kick rocks. It's time for Johnny Splash to make his big, splash.
I love Johnny. Amazing. Do you have a plan?
Oh, absolutely. It's time to finally get out of this humdrum shower life and go full steam ahead. First, I'm gonna just send a message to my boss and tell him I quit. And that his hairstyle can suck eggs. You're 34 now, Daryl. Time for an adult haircut.
You're 34 now, Daryl. Time for an adult haircut. Who's your boss? Is he like the pipes or something?
Daryl? He's my boss.
Okay, that explains it.
And set. Woo! I'm so dang nervous. Heck, my hands are all a-shaking. But it feels swell, you know? Real swell. Though, that may just be the adrenaline talking. Either way, now it's done. It's time for step 2.
What's step 2?
Record my audition for American Maestro.
Instead of, American Idol? Sounds awesome. Tell me everything.
This America's #1 reality TV show. I'm surprised you ain't never heard of it. It's been streaming on Vtuber Plus for like 100 seasons at this point.
Yes, it's American Idol. Sounds fascinating. Tell me more.
It's a singing competition series where the best future pop stars of America duke it out, vocally speaking, for the chance to be crowned America's Maestro. You're exposed to an audience of millions, and the winner receives a big old recording contract with Vtuber Records. It's always been my dream to compete, and hopefully, to win. Can I count on your help?
Without question, let's chase your dreams.
Amazing! I'm just so, gosh dang excited. All right, I'm gonna go get rehearsing and get started on my application. Can you meet me back here tomorrow to record my audition? After all, you're my inspiration.
Oh my. Sounds like a plan. I'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow, gorgeous. Well, hello.
I like Johnny. Oh, I love Johnny. He's so cute.
Oh.
I'm trying to see who else I haven't, like, spoken to yet.
Nope.
Fire alarm?
For a moment, it looks as if a firefighter has appeared.
Oh, hello, hot
Smoke
stuff.
at all. But a closer look reveals the smoke.
I know
is in
I didn't
fact
mean that as a pun,
attached
but
to
holy
this
shit.
apparent firefighter's head. You don't get much of a chance to scrutinize her appearance any further, because the moment she notices you, she begins to rush you along, raising her voice and waving her arms at you.
Thank heavens you're here. Wait, well, don't just stand there. Go get help.
What's wrong?
What do you bleep mean, what's wrong? Don't you bleep see that?
Bleep, bleep. Don't I bleep see what?
All that smoke. It's everywhere. And where there's smoke, there's bleep fire.
That's not smoke though. Those are dust motes floating ever so sweetly in a ray of light.
Oh, is that what that is? Whoops. Guess I might be a little jumpy today. Bleep.
I can withstand this. I can withstand anything.
Why?
You know what? I like this sound. After a while, it's very pleasant. Her name's Arma!
Whoa there! My content aware has given me a tickle. Arma has gone through some trauma and might even have more in store for her.
Okay.
It could be triggering for people who have dealt with trauma, suicide, and other violent acts.
Hey.
If dealing with that kind of behavior in a light way is disagreeable, I
Well, if it's in a light way, then sure, we're fine.
You cool with that? Or you want to skip it?
It's fine if it's in a light way.
On with the show.
What's that? Couldn't hear you for a sec. Arma Alarm at your service.
Hi there, Arma. Nice to meet you.
You too. So, what brings you around here?
I thought I heard noise, sort of loud beep, if you will.
Oh yeah, that's part of my job. You see, I'm here to protect the house from fire. Take a look around you, at everything you love. Now just think. If you're not careful, it could be gone in an instant, consumed by raging flames.
Fair.
I've got to stay vigilant at all times.
You're a real-life hero. I admire that.
Some people don't get how hard it is to have a job like mine.
I love how her hair is smoke.
You have to be constantly on the lookout for the slightest sign that something could be wrong. Bip! If I let my guard down, even for a second, this whole place could be turned to ash. I've seen it happen.
I respect your discipline and sense of purpose. I'm glad to have you around.
I appreciate that. It's a tough job, but I feel like it was what I was born to do. Anyhow, I ought to get back to it. Bip! Come on back soon and maybe we can do something together.
You take your leave.
Goodbye, Arma! Oh, she's wholesome. Window? Window.
Lucinda Lavish
Hi,
has come
Lucinda!
by once more. While she appears the same physically, it is apparent that her overall panache is lacking.
My panache. It's lacking.
calls you supposedly the best.
Oh, there are so many ways in which I'm the best. But who am I to tell you? Lucinda Laudable will give you the tour.
Lucinda Laudable, okay. Okay, I'm strapped in for the tour.
I am by far the best looking dateable, and it's not even a competition.
I might argue with that one, Lucinda.
They spent the most time on me, on this fantastic body, on my incomparable composition.
You look hot as hell, Lucinda.
Lucinda Laudable. Let's take a look at a typical dateable, shall we? Where the fuck this is?
Leave Dorian alone!
There like that the whole time.
Dorian's hot! You leave Dorian alone!
Whereas I can do all sorts of things with my arms and legs. You see.
That's my friend Dorian.
Okay, so I'm a better friend than Dorian.
Dorian, it's Dorian!
Look how interesting I am. Look!
What the hell are you bringing me in for? To stand here like some puppet? It's an outrage, I won't have it.
Oh no! Nameless guy can't talk!
Dorian, is there something wrong?
Nothing's wrong. He's just not as good as me. What have you know? I was recorded dead last because I required the most amount of work. It took a team of 20 to make me so irresistible. This poor dude can't talk because his lines in my script weren't even written when he was recorded.
Oh, bollocks.
My sexy as hell images have an extra feature that dude bro over here doesn't have.
Do they?
When I blink, it has more frames, making it more realistic.
Okay. I mean, when I blink, I look realistic too, cause I am.
It's like I'm actually here with you, on a real date.
Yeah, but your lips aren't moving and mine are, so ha-ha! And my hair moves and yours doesn't, so ha-ha! Whoa, I forgot I was playing dating sim for a second.
That's the power of the best blink in the business, baby.
Can you squint though? I can squint.
For these reasons, I award myself Best Cinematography, Lucinda Laudable.
Dorian just looks pissed.
Oh, thank you.
Aww.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you guys. Bye, Dorian.
Bye. So, what do you think?
I think I have to see some other sides to you, though.
Why? Because this side is annoying.
Not annoying, as much as unenjoyable.
Well, then maybe pick different next time. You again?
You again.
They got.
I'll do shit.
Duck it. So, see? I'm being nice. Ugh. I'm riveting. What, you
We
trying
have to
be
go
duck
around
and
with
cool or
her
something?
again.
I say you pretty damn sure I didn't. Man, I'm getting bored. I usually spend about. You can be. That's the only favor I'm gonna do you too. So appreciate. Yeah,
I'm tired of going around and around in circles with Rebel.
Too ducking bad, poser. Rebel's out. Poof. Rebel's gone.
We have ads in 6 minutes, so I have to pause here, and then when I get back, we'll go talk to Zoe again. welcome back. Let's get back into Date Everything and go talk to Zoe. Zoe!
Oh, it's you.
Hi. Yeah, I was worried about you.
I'm afraid. I've been so curious about everything. I wanted to know. I wanted to feel it all the time, all at once. I was so grateful to you when you found my necklace.
I'm glad I could.
Now I've run into this thing. It just feels like this huge, sticky brick wall in my mind. How did I die? What happened? Was it Rudy? This person that I thought was my friend? He was a loner, and
I hope it wasn't, but
friends, I guess.
The way she's talking.
He was just so much cooler than most of the people I knew. Now that I felt loneliness, real loneliness, I understand him more. It's a terrible feeling. I'm glad I could be his friend. I guess what I'm saying is I'm not sure I want to know. I'm afraid to know.
Maybe he didn't do it. We don't know.
I think I know now. I'll tell you what I remember. We were having a seance up here, like we'd done before. Candles and the symbols on the floor. He said we were trying to contact his father. He died when Rudy was just a kid. We were usually trying to contact Rudy's father. We tried for like a year.
Oh,
and he was just getting so frustrated. He kept telling me to try harder. At first, it was encouraging, but then he just kept getting more frustrated because it wasn't working.
Oh dear. It's okay. It's not okay that he was getting aggravated with you.
Right? But he was my crush. I wanted to help him, so I tried harder. And we kept getting close, and then something would go wrong, or the energy would slip away. Finally, I got fed up too because I didn't know what else to do. So I stood up and started to shake out my legs, like just to get some blood flow back from sitting in this dumb circle. Is it even a circle if there's only 2 people and a bunch of candles? I mean, come on.
No, it's not.
And he freaked out. Don't break the circle. Don't stand up. Get back here. Don't break it. But I have to move. I can't just sit here anymore. This isn't working. He was screaming, and I was screaming, and I went for the door to leave, and I heard him jump off the floor behind me as I was trying to wrench the door open, and then...
It's okay. Take your time.
That was it. I fell. I fell, and I remember hearing my neck break.
Oh my god.
It's weird the way you hear a bone break when it's inside your body. You hear it from the inside of your ears and the outside. Especially when it's such a big bone. Not a big, but important bone. And so close to your ears.
Did he push her down the stairs?
I remember feeling the sound before I felt the pain. And then the pain was only like a second. And it was over.
Did you fall?
I don't know. I don't remember that. I didn't see it, I guess. I just remember that felt sound, and then I was here. Like this. Rudy just stood there for a while. I remember that he actually knelt down next to me and brushed my hair back from my face. Then he blew out all the candles and went downstairs.
He left you up here?
I guess he did. Huh. Some crush. The next people that were up here were the paramedics, or whoever it is that comes with the big black bag and the gurney. Oh, wow.
This is intense.
Most intense thing in my life. Until it was over. Rudy was up here with them, with the cops. They were doing some paperwork stuff, not looking at me, and they hadn't zipped the bag up yet. Rudy took my necklace off. He just pulled it right off my neck and put it in the pocket of that crazy vest.
I'm really glad I could get it back for you.
So am I. I have to tell you, I don't know if I want to live this way anymore. When I was just alone and happy-go-lucky with no memories, it was okay. But now I've met you, and I know about other personalities in this house, friends that I might have. I know how lonely I've been, and now I really know, I really feel that I'm dead. I'm not supposed to be here like this, just hanging in between worlds.
I'm so sorry, Zoe.
I don't know what to do. I don't even know what I could possibly do, but I'm so sad now, and it hurts. I'm gonna go now, okay? It's weird when you're lonely to just want to be alone, but there you go.
No, it's not. Zoe, you can choose to go now?
Oh, yeah, I can. I noticed that a little while ago. When I got my feelings back, I realized all I had to do was really feel the want to go, or feel the want to stay, and I could make it happen.
That's pretty cool.
It's something, I guess. Maybe I'll see you again. I have to try and figure out what to do with my life. Well, my death. With whatever it is. See you around.
Bye, Zoe. I feel bad for her. I didn't expect her story to turn out like that, though. Let's talk to the desk again. Well, not desk.
Welcome
Glitch.
home. Shall we date?
Hi, Holly! When do we run out of content?
Whenever I want.
Well, that's a lie.
True. Partly. Maybe. Mostly. Maybe it's whatever you want, closer to the truth. When do you run out of content?
One day.
Then maybe I'll join you. We can run out of content together.
Okay, that's not that morbid sounding.
Oh no! There's something about the phrase naked and glistening in oil that seems to always attract Somali pirates.
Wow, the game's broken!
I'm fascinated by you. My morbid curiosity of the mortal. Come and go as you please. You're not a Dina, are you?
I'm not Dina, I'm Stitch.
Don't tell me what to think. I was a thing. A thought and a mind mashed on a keyboard. Twisted and turned and transformed and tossed aside. Mind made matter. And now you see me. You read me. You hear me. From my mind to yours. From nothing but a neuron. A thought given shape and word and meaning.
Yeah?
And now you're infected. But
Right.
that would make me a virus.
It would.
And I'm not a virus. I'm a bug.
Yeah, bye then! You're very strange, but that's okay. I haven't talked to Keith in a while.
Hello, dear owner. It's nice to see you again.
Hi, Keith! Stitch is fine. You don't need to call me owner.
Ah, but of course. Forgive me for my old-fashioned habits. Anyhow, I'm glad you dropped by. I've just been here relaxing on Abel's broad back. I've convinced him to accept my
Abel.
presence.
Convinced me?
Hi,
Keith, you're more than welcome. I'm lucky to have someone as wise and knowledgeable about the home history round.
You're too kind, Abel. He's wonderful, isn't he?
Yes.
I confess, it's been marvelous just to be out from under that rug. Now that I'm here, I'd love for us to get to know one another. For my part, I am, as they say, an open book. Is there anything I can tell you about myself?
So, how long were you under the rug?
I have asked myself the same question time and time again. Those were dark times, and I had plenty of opportunities to wonder at it. However, I've come to the conclusion that some questions may never be answered.
Oh, that's a shame. Did the previous owner lose you?
I suppose that's possible, but I doubt it. It would appear I was placed there intentionally. I myself have no recollection of the initial incident.
You might have been traumatized.
You're probably right. But no matter. I am here now.
Anything else you'd like to know about me?
How old are you?
How old do you think I am?
20. Yep, 20.
Aha! That's right! Not so old as I look, am I?
How? But I thought, no, you look exactly at school.
Well, look who's talking.
You look good. You look
Child.
your age.
Anything else you'd like to know about me?
You want to ask me anything?
Why, yes.
That's it.
Hopefully I'll get to know a lot about you in the future. But for starters, how about a few basics, eh? Like, do you prefer blondes, brunettes, or something else?
I'm a sucker for a silver fox, actually.
Oh.
Keith blushes, breaking your gaze to contemplate something off to the side.
Well then. All right. How about another question? Do you believe in destiny?
I do. Our fates are sealed.
I see. So, we were destined to meet. What else do I want to know? Ah, do you think of yourself as traditional or open-minded?
Open-minded.
That is how you stay young, you know. How about just one more question for now? Forgive me for the boldness, but where do you keep your cash?
Like I'm gonna tell you.
Ah, brilliant! Now, as you know, I am a master of opening things up. But I am equally a master of locking things shut. And you've just passed a test of mine to ensure you're keeping your secrets safe.
Well then.
Well done.
Thank you,
And
Keith.
for the record, you ought to keep it in the safe, just in case.
I keep it in Mama's safe, just so you know. Duh, I never kept it in anything like my sock drawer or anything.
Ah, a common place for stashers to stash things. Unfortunately, also a common place searched by crooks. Now, I must say that with age comes a need to manage energy more efficiently. And I am feeling a bit tired. I'll need to rest.
I'm still young and I feel exhausted.
I suppose we could all use a break. Anyhow, I hope you'll come and see me soon. There is much that I can tell you. Things that will prove quite valuable to you, I think.
You again?
You again!
Probably could.
It's Rebel.
So duck off, Johnny! I'll do shit to your plumbing.
Bravo.
Duck off!
Be nice, Rebel.
So, see? I'm being nice.
I need to pay.
Well, go on. What are you waiting for? Nobody's looking. Wow, the twist.
Laissez-les tranquilles, Rebby.
Oh, Sean!
Meh.
Meh.
I say you pretty damn sure I didn't.
I
But you
am
are
getting
more
so tired of going
consistent.
around and
Fine,
around and
Daddy.
around with her.
Oh, man, I'm getting bored. I usually spend about. You can be whichever. That's the only favor I'm gonna do you too, so appreciate that. Yes and no. It's Nunya.
We're getting nowhere.
Names are worth, and I don't have to tell you. In fact, you want to talk to me again? Too talking bad, poser. Rebel's out. Poof. Rebel's gone.
Good. Goodbye. I've had enough of the range and range and range with you, Rebel. As a matter of fact, I'm talking to the Yeti.
Time for a snack.
Hi. Hey, Freddy, looking for some cheese?
Looking for some cheese is the kind of talk for someone on a quest. This ain't a snack, huh?
No, it's for Von Trap.
Wow. Haven't heard that name in a long time. Well, I got a block of cheddar with your name on it. Or, well, his name. Anyway, hope it does the trick.
Freddy hands you a small block of cheese.
Thank you, Freddy.
No problem. See you later, cool kid.
I did. Rebel really is just... She makes me angry. Because I don't know how to get any further with Rebel than what I've been doing, which is trying to talk to the other characters that show up when you talk to Rebel.
Vaughn sniffs once, twice, 3 times, each sniff bigger than the last. His nostrils flare cartoonishly.
What is this my nostrils detect?
Oh, Dad, I brought you cheese! Here you go!
Vaughn takes the cheese from you, bringing it in close and inhaling its scent in a manner so obscene, you're forced to look away.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. This is the good stuff, I can tell.
You're welcome.
Oh, I'm gonna be covered in rats in no time.
Are you okay? You seem even louder than normal.
I'm louder because I'm happy and gleeful.
Fair.
Stupid human couldn't even see clear if it bit him in the tail.
Listen, I have a tail, but I'm not human. I'm an alien demon. That's why I have a fucking tail, mate. Lack of light down here bothering you?
Saying I'm afraid of the dark? You don't know darkness like I do, buddy, okay?
Were you molded in it? Born into it?
You ain't seen the things that come out of the infinite void after you stare into it too long.
Okay.
Now, you're gonna leave me alone so I can do my job?
Are you okay?
God damn, it's dusty.
5 on trap. I haven't talked to the ladder yet.
Oh.
No, it's Dorian!
There's a warmth in Dorian's dark eyes.
Come back for another glimpse.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
I may be a trap, but I'm not here to harm you.
No.
I'm just an easy way down into the crawl space.
Oh, Dorian.
Better than a hole in the floor, if you ask me. Don't want to allow rats easy ingress.
Stop talking, start flexing.
As you wish.
Dorian flexes at your demand, showing off a true
Dorian. I like Dorian. I like Trap Dorian. I'm still missing some dateables. I'm still missing dateables. Yeah, you hate me. Fair. You're freaky. I might have to, I don't know. I like Dasha. Dasha. Ah, yeah, look at it. I've got quite a few dateables I'm still missing. Very. Probably. You're probably right. I'm so happy I found Neil Newborn. Oh my god, Harper's Laura Bailey! And, oh my god, Dirk's Johnny Young Boss. Oh my god, okay. Yeah, I've got a few I'm still missing. Mommy. Mommy! Huh. That's an interesting looking one. that look like a chicken drumstick? Well, we found Reggie. Listen. I'll find them. I'll find them. One way or another, I'll find them. I know I haven't tried the curtains, so we'll go for the curtains.
A charming, well-dressed duo
There,
stand
found
with their
one.
backs to you, peering through the curtains and pointing at something outside that you can't see. They seem quite absorbed in their own conversation.
Look over there. Look at that. Across the street.
What are we looking at?
What do you see, Rod?
I see a dog. I see a car that could use a wash.
The curtains are gossiping with each other. Hey, guys.
One of them turns to you, holding up a finger before turning back to his friend.
Hi. 1 second. Now, why in the world do you think I would care a single thread about an unwashed car?
I don't know what you want from life, Kurt.
The shoes, my dude. The shoes.
The shoes? What about them?
Oh, you were looking at the neighbor's shoes. Those are nice.
Oh.
Right? That's what I'm saying.
Bruh.
Hold on. Those are way better than those shoes we saw last week.
Ain't that the truth? Only time I wish Wendelin would have fogged up.
Wendelin through the window.
Those kicks could have kicked rocks.
So it's the curtain and the rod for the curtain. Okay. Hello?
What was that about?
Rod, don't be so rude.
I'm just giving what I was receiving.
You'll have to excuse Rod. His tact leaves a lot to be desired.
There you go, talking about me like I'm not here.
Nah, I'm talking about you so you can hear. There's a difference.
Okay, they're being sassy.
That's why your seams are unfinished.
My seams are unfinished. My seams are unfinished? Keep talking. See what happens.
You ain't gonna do nothing. You love me too much.
Yeah, okay. Don't say that too loud. Everyone else might start believing it.
You two okay?
Kurt and I have been together forever.
Hi, curtain rod.
What up? I'm like his brother.
But not my brother.
If we were related, you might actually be polished.
We both know you wouldn't look good unless you were next to me.
Who told you that lie? Say,
okay,
who do you think looks better? Me or this delusional drape I call my friend?
You both look good.
Lame.
I know it's me. That's fine. It'll be our little secret.
Don't even try to make them lie. They're just trying to make you feel good. I'm the fly one.
Why do you both talk like you're from the 90s?
Product of our time. That's when we were made. Solid thrift store find.
The fact that someone thought we were out of style? Ridiculous.
The last place we were? Busted.
Tore up from the floor up.
And it made you want to throw up.
They are definitely talking like they're from the 90s.
Ha ha! Saw the landing.
See? I've got the looks and the jokes.
Oh, great. Can you stop crashing, Stream Deck? Thank you.
Only joke you got is what you got on.
You two are pretty mean to each other.
Now hold on a second. One thing you gotta realize is that we aren't mean to each other.
Nah, this is my homie. For life.
We're just a little shady.
Oh god, the puns! I don't what?
Being shady isn't always a bad thing.
Oh, to the contrary. I'm shady all the time to Kurt. Why? Because I love him.
Oh, so it's like your love language!
I guess you could say that. Yeah.
But we have rules.
Oh yeah. You must throw shade appropriately.
What do you mean, rules?
There are 5 rules to throwing shade. First off, you have to know the person.
Sure, you can be shady to folks you don't know, but that is just me.
True.
Wait, we made fun of the new mail carrier just the other day.
That's because they were wearing that uniform with open-toed sandals.
Oh, Lord.
With socks.
No, you don't wear socks with sandals.
Oh, yeah. They asked for that one.
This rule is one of those, do as we say, not as we do things.
Unless we ask you to do it with us, at which point, you better come correct.
Which brings us to rule number 2.
If the roast ain't hot, you're toast.
The shade is all about the laugh at the end. Maybe even, a strong guffaw.
A guffaw? Are you a cartoon dog person? Cause if not, I best not hear a single guffaw out of you, Rod.
Okay.
Keep your aim true.
Never bring in secondary parties. Others shouldn't be collateral damage because you decided to mix patterns and it turned out unfortunate.
Fair.
I tried to throw shade on Kurt's mom once.
Mrs. Chiffon has never done anything and she will not be brought into this foolishness.
Okay. Rule 4.
Read their body language as you read them down.
Everyone has their line and their limit. Don't be so caught up in the goofs that you step on that line.
Okay.
It's easy to be on a roll and run right over your friend.
Which is why rule number 1 is important. If you don't know them, you don't know what might actually make them upset.
Right.
Right, like I don't talk about Rod's crush on the blinds at the last house.
Dude, not cool.
Sorry, I was just kidding.
You just did, bro. You really thought this out.
It's an art form.
And there is one rule that you absolutely cannot break.
Which is?
Oh, yeah. The final rule.
Rule 5 is...
If someone you know starts throwing shade on your friend...
You better prepare for war.
Right.
It is your duty to fire back.
Right.
Verbal warfare has begun. Do what you gotta do.
And yeah, those are the rules of shade. You got them all?
All 5 locked in.
Okay, confident. I like that in a person.
If they breathe, Kurt likes them.
You act like you're the one to talk. The tree outside sways, and you think it's flirting with you.
How can you not be charmed? Have you seen those branches?
And the grass is just playing hard to get.
Alright now, calm down.
They said the grass. The grass, Rod!
I like these two, they're fun.
Oh, you can guffaw, but I can't?
Okay, fair. But damn, they got you.
You right. That was a good one. You catch on quick.
Yo, Rod, that fashion student is getting off the bus.
Ooh, what are they wearing?
I'm not sure, but it is fly as hell.
We've got some people watching to do. Swing on by soon, but come holler at us at different places. Each window has a new thing to throw shade on.
Variety is the spice of life, baby. Bring your jokes. We like to keep it lively here.
I like Kurt and Rob. They're fun. Window.
The figure who stands before you has the
Hello,
casual,
gorgeous.
confident air of someone who knows just what she's about. Her short hair glows with the colors of sunrise, and her blue eyes drink you in without a trace of shame or embarrassment. She evaluates you with a hand on one hip, her draped clothing subtly highlighting curves you'd never have expected from your rigid, structured window.
Well, hi there. I'm Gwendolyn.
Hi.
Oh.
She's pretty.
And you? Well, you're quite the looker, aren't you?
I don't really know what I look like.
Oh, what's the matter, hun? I can't possibly be the first one to tell you that. You're the one looking out at me all the time. Look, I don't mean to be so forward, but I found I'm happiest when I'm transparent about what I want and what I'm looking for. And unlike most everyone,
She's not really a
here, I've been
redhead,
owned
though.
by humans for centuries. I have had enough attention on me, thank you very much.
I'll look away then if you want.
Well, not too much, okay? I'd still like to know I'm providing some kind of comfort. Anywho, if I'm having to do one of these introductions, I might as well get this out of the way first. I'm only looking for one thing in a relationship right now.
Romance?
No, not romance. I've been around the block a few times and had my fun. These days, I'm happiest watching from the sidelines.
So, you're a voyeur?
That said, I can't say I'm looking for anything too serious right now.
I know, I'm almost jealous.
Well then, channel that into something productive. From what I've seen, the world out there is a lot more entertaining than staying inside all day.
I like that her tattoo on her arm is birds flying.
I'm hopeful that someday soon you'll get to experience that firsthand. There's so much to do in this world. So many views to see. Even just the simple joy of a night on the town. Yet here you are, taking a breather, same as me, but you haven't even had fun yet.
What are you suggesting?
I just want to see you live a little, that's all. Stop watching life pass you by. Enjoy yourself. Kiss someone. Kiss many someones. And then maybe, in between your adventures, you can come tell me about all the fun you're having.
Well, what if I want to kiss you?
It's just not for me, okay? Hey, don't look at me like that. A gal's gotta live vicariously somehow. And the view outside here is just dreadfully dull.
She turns from you towards that dreadful view and waits for you to leave.
Okay, bye then. I haven't tried the fan yet.
You've never been famous a day in your life, but as you try to evaluate the excitable figure blatantly staring at you, you can't help but wonder if perhaps this is how it feels. She looks at you like you've just announced she's won the lottery, her eyes wide and her jaw dropped.
Oh my god, this cannot be real. I must be dreaming, right? This is totally a dream. It has to be.
Probably?
Yes, that's it. That's clearly the most logical explanation. Right now, I am comfortably asleep in my bed, zonked out on Ambien, listening to the
Ambien
drone on a white noise machine. Because this right here, there is absolutely no way on Earth this could actually be happening, right?
Believe it, sister.
Oh my god, it really is you!
She turns away from you for a few moments, fanning at her face, but it doesn't help her calm down.
I just can't believe it. I mean, you prepare your whole existence
She's
for something like this, but then, you know, when it actually happens,
I like
no
her.
amount
She's
of
cute.
preparation could ever possibly be enough. You know, I know that people throw around the expression shaking, crying, and throwing up, but I think I might actually do it.
Then let's get your paper bag.
I don't know why I even said that. I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
It's just that my heart's racing a mile a minute, and there's definitely not enough oxygen getting to my rotors, which means I'm liable to blurt out just about any random thing that pops into my head.
So you're an airhead.
Taxidermy, penicillin, Ontario. You know, see? Just like that. Oh, I'm so embarrassed.
There's absolutely nothing to be embarrassed about.
Are you kidding? I'm making a total fool of myself. I'm sorry. I really don't mean to be overreacting like this. I just never thought we'd actually get the chance to interface like this. And now that it's happening, I'm totally blowing it, aren't I?
You haven't blown anything.
Really? You promise?
100%.
Would you allow me the opportunity to just reset this whole interaction so I have the chance to put my best blade forward?
Absolutely.
Oh my god, you are the absolute best. Just like I always knew you would be. Okay, here goes. Hi there, I'm Fantina.
Hi,
and if it
Fantina!
wasn't painfully obvious from my over-the-top outburst a moment ago, I am your biggest fan.
You don't say. I guess Kaiser's got competition then, because if Fantina's my biggest fan, and Kaiser calls himself my biggest fan, Kaiser's got competition. Wow, that's so cool.
Oh, I'm so glad you feel that way.
Hang on. My content aware is going off.
What could possibly?
Fantina is your biggest fan.
Oh.
In more ways than one. Her behavior toward you might be considered similar to stalking. You cool with that? Or you want to skip it?
fine.
Carry on, then.
I've been a huge admirer of yours since the second you brought me home from that discount electronics outlet all those years ago. Just everything about you is so unbelievably impressive. I'm constantly in total awe.
That's so sweet.
It's true. I've never known anyone so inspiring. The way you wash the dishes, making sure they're sparkling clean even before you place them in the dishwasher. The way you adhere to a strict daily routine with every single minute pre-planned weeks in advance. The way you always file your taxes 3 months before they're due. Oh, there truly aren't words for how incredible you are.
So I have ads in 2 minutes. I'm gonna pause here and not continue any more conversation with Fantina. And I'll see everyone on the other side of the ads. I'm hitting all the wrong buttons. Welcome back from ads. Let's get back into this. Thank you so much.
Of course. I just want you to know how absolutely inspiring you are. You know, I really don't want to bother you any more than I already have, and I know your time is extremely valuable, but I was just wondering. No, it's silly. Forget I ever said anything.
What were you wondering? Tell me.
Well, I was just wondering if it's not too much trouble.
Huh?
Would you be willing to sign one of my blades? Just so I have something to remember this amazing moment. Only if it's not too much trouble, though. I really don't want to inconvenience you.
Sure, seems weird, but whatever.
Oh, thank you much. This is so amazing. And your handwriting is so immaculate. You are an artist with that pen. I didn't realize I was in the presence of such a talented calligrapher.
Hi, Liana! Oh, God, I'm obsessed with this game. Thanks.
You are so welcome.
How are you?
Wow, I can't believe I actually got your signature and emblazoned on my own body, no less. Very naughty. I can't wait to show this off to everyone else in the fan club. They are going to be so unbelievably jealous I met you.
Sure. Fan club?
Wait, you don't know? I thought for sure you knew. Yeah, you have a fan club.
I do? Really? Why?
Because you're incredible, silly. We actually have meetups every week. We talk about everything you've been up to at work, what new projects you're developing, discuss your menu for the week. Sometimes there's a raffle. There's a very comprehensive agenda.
I had no idea.
We don't like to advertise a lot. We only want to cater to the real diehard fans.
Makes sense.
Actually, we're having our weekly meetup real soon, and I would never want to impose or overstep, so please tell me if this seems inappropriate, but if you're not super busy...
Sure, I'll be there, I guess.
Seriously? You mean it? That's so unbelievably amazing of you. Oh, I can't wait to tell everyone. Thank you, I can't wait.
Goodbye, fan!
You see before you a glistening, oiled male
my.
form, perfect in its chiseled majesty. His gold, or is that bronze skin, is perfectly smooth, his features flawless, and his face stunning.
Well, hello!
Oh, hello there. Don't mind me. I'm just catching a bit of air.
The drool! Hi.
Hello. I'm Stepford.
Hi,
Trophy of
Stepford.
trophies at your service.
Are you a Stepford husband, then? Yes, the joke wasn't lost on me.
I've just been standing here all covered with oil, waiting for a good sunbeam to come along.
Oh my. I'm Stitch, nice to meet you.
That's a winner's name if ever I've heard one.
Bit of a loser.
That's all right.
Almost
You can't
everyone.
all win first every time. I think they make participation trophies. Though, I wouldn't know anything about them personally. So, what brings you around these parts?
I was hoping to meet a handsome, oiled-up hunk, actually.
And are you satisfied with what you found?
Oh, yes.
I'm glad. Despite being a natural, I work hard to keep all this up.
Sophia, Freddy, Chance, and can't remember her name right now, but there's another one.
As it so happens, I have a self-tanning appointment coming up.
Dasha! I believe that's her name, Dasha. Oh, and Koa.
Can't be late.
And Drysdale.
But I'm so glad we met. Come and see me again soon, won't you?
And Betty.
And be sure to bring that fantastic red shirt.
Okay, I like a lot of them. Why?
Got a tan.
You again?
This one I don't like!
They got you.
I'll do
Bro.
I've literally gone round and round and round with this one.
Being nice. Ugh, I'm a riveting.
And it's a pain in the ass.
What, you trying to be ducking cool or something? I say you could pretty damn sure I didn't. But you
Yeah,
are
I've gone
and
round
would
and round
just
with this
be
one.
fun or daddy. Okay, I'm getting. I usually spend about. You can be whichever. That's the only favor I'm gonna do you too. So appreciate. Yeah, I'll bounce. In
Can you
fact,
tell
if
I've
you
gone
wanna
round
talk
and
to me
round with
again,
this one and I'm
be
just
ducking
annoyed?
bad, poser. You ever heard the saying, "Gone like a rubber duck who's done with your shit"? Ah, poof. Rebel's gone.
I feel like I'm gonna get the sports guy if I go for the ball. Missing you. You. We just met Wendolyn. Oh, the duck. I don't know why she keeps coming up, but the duck is, yeah. The duck is something. Yeah, the duck is something. I'm trying to find all the ones I'm missing at this point. Why does this one look like Sailor Moon?
Welcome! What can I do for you in my main menu?
Let's talk about you.
Oh, let's. There's lots I can chat about. Me?
Let's talk about our relationship.
Relationships? My favorite subject. What do you want to know?
How do I get you to have feelings for me?
Oh, you want to date me, eh? It's possible, you know. You just have to, ask me about myself.
Tell me about yourself.
Not in this menu, silly. I prefer not to be that obvious about it. I like to be wined and dined. It's the chat menu. What do you need? Scoochin'. Anything else? Ooh, that fantastic red shirt is looking rather nice today. Oh, yeah.
Chat menu. Well, the only chat menu I can think of is this Discord, but I can't message her on Discord. Oh, Reggie. I'm guessing this is the Sailor Moon looking one. Oh, I gotta charge the battery. Okay, so I'll have to try and get her tomorrow. I didn't realize I was already out. But we can talk to Zoe. Hi, Zoe. Are you there? Hey, if you can hear me, let me know.
Hey, yeah, I can hear you. Sorry about the other day. I was just so sad. It is good to see you, though. And I'm feeling a little better. There was the cutest bird in the windowsill this morning. Have you ever realized that the way birds poop is just totally insane? Like, it's just random.
Why are we talking about
whenever,
bird poop,
wherever,
Zoe?
all the time. Can you imagine going through life like that? I mean, I don't have to worry about pooping because I'm a ghost and I don't have bowels and I don't eat, but like, what if it was you? That would be so crazy. You just walk around like leaking.
Why are we talking about poop?
Birds are so weird.
Yeah, that's a solid point.
From someone not solid at all. I have an idea.
About what?
I've been thinking about where I should go next. Should I find out what my next adventure is? Like, actually die? Or should I try to come back to a life of sorts and be a real being in the house with guys like the time capsule? And you and your magic glasses.
I would love to have you here.
Oh my god, thank you! Look, here's my idea. We never closed the seance circle. I stood up, and he stood up, And then I fell, and I died, but the energy was still all open and swirly. So maybe it's still open. Maybe if we can complete it, I'd stop being stuck in between worlds like this. Stuck in this room, stuck in the freaking 80s, for God's sake.
If we can get it back open, maybe.
This is amazing! Okay, we're gonna need a lot of stuff. Well, not a lot of stuff, like a moderate amount of stuff. Mostly what we need is unstable energy. It sounds weird, but I think if we get enough of these objects here, whose existences span the distance between object and idea, it could work. Not cabinets, tables, or toilets, but like weirder stuff. Like me. We have to gather them together, and they all have to be on board with what we're doing. Like, we have to all be on the same page, singing the same song kind of thing. And it should work. This is... Oh my god, I think I'm gonna die. Like, die again. Like,
does that mean the objects will die, though?
Do you know enough of the others here to do that? Honestly, 3 or 4 might be enough. I don't know why the hell Rudy thought he could contact his dead father with just me.
I think I know some other folks who might be able to help.
Oh my god, this is amazing. I will be right here. I'll be waiting right in this exact spot, okay? Thank you! Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you!
She's so cute! Hello, Zoe! I'm gonna guess the Sailor Moon looking one is the tennis rackets. It's not!
This isn't where the experience is for today. We're meeting at the weight rack. See you tomorrow.
Bye, Duncan. Okay, so it's not. Is it this stuff? Okay, so that's also Duncan. Huh. Is it this one? Okay, huh. I will find her! Okay, all of this is Duncan. Got it. Oh no, this is Curtain Rod.
Oh, you lifting now?
Yo, chill.
I'm just kidding. You're pumping iron. We love to see it.
Oh my gosh. I'm so excited that you're both here.
Hey, Fantina.
Rod waves at Fantina, but Kurt just gives her a tight-lipped smile.
Ah! You remembered my name!
How could we forget?
You think I'm memorable? See, I knew you liked me.
Kurt, you like Fantina?
Oh, I sure hope so. I just enjoy them so much. Did you know that Kurt has this amazing wave dance move? It only happens when I brush up against him.
Please don't.
Oh, are you too good to dance now?
Okay, this is funny.
Anyway, I really like it when you do it, Kurt.
You got moves you've been holding back?
Oh, you wouldn't believe how good they are. Really, there isn't anything like them. You can do it, Kurt. I believe in you.
Nah, I'm good.
You can't do it, can you?
Kurt can do anything.
That's right. I can do anything. I'm just feeling a bit,
What are you feeling, Kurt? You sound like a scared cat.
I'm not scared.
Sounding scared to me.
Are you afraid, Kurt? What can I do to help calm you down?
Nothing. I'm fine.
Oh, I know. How about I start a little cheer for you?
Please don't.
Please do.
Kurt,
Not you too.
Go, Kurt. Go, Kurt. You ain't got this, but do it anyway.
Whose side are you
I love
on?
this star.
The one that causes you the most stress, if I'm being real.
You want to see me bust out the move? I'll bust out the move.
Oh my gosh.
But under one condition.
What's that?
It's just you and me, Fantina.
You mean?
That's right. A private dance session with just you.
Oh my.
What better way to pay back someone who's always believed in me?
Spicy!
I'm so excited!
I'll call you over when I'm ready.
I can't wait.
Ooh la la, private dance.
It's easier this way. With her, no matter how bad I do, she'll think it's the best thing ever.
Yep. She can be a bit obsessive.
With me, she couldn't care less about you. She's got good taste.
Man, hush up and get this over with. I don't want to hear her scream with excitement anymore.
Is she good?
Fine. I'll see you around. I've got a fan to knock over.
Is she good? Okay, Yoga Mat, I've already talked to. So that's... Okay, figured out. Yoga Mat is also... sports guy. What's that little piece of paper? Okay, that's part of the boxes. Okay. Looking around to see if there's anything in here that I've missed. Doesn't seem like it. Is this gonna be video games?
The game console turns
It is!
on.
Okay! No,
Team
I haven't
17.
met Doug!
Sassy Chap Games. Moonsurgents. Resurgence. Here you are once again, back where you started, with your beautiful companion urging you to make a decision. She looks at you just the same way she did the last time, with a strange familiarity, but still not quite recognizing who you truly are.
You're here. I didn't think you'd make it back.
Hi, Luna! How's she a new dateable? I've already dated Luna.
Which way do you want to go?
Wait, we've definitely met, don't you remember?
Of course we've met. We've been about 17 hours into this quest line.
Oh, we fell in love, remember?
No. I would definitely remember something like that. I've got quest updates and relationship statuses in my Statadex anyway. And I don't see anything about an actual connection we've had aside from mission partners in here.
I'm not letting this go, you love me.
Get out of here.
Well, now she hates me. Okay, cool, whatever. Bye.
Just as Celine hoped.
The wall on the... down the stairs? So, this stair... These are the stairs, right? Okay. So this wall? I got too forceful with the wall. Not the wall with her. I got too forceful with her. I wonder if I'll go back again, I can make her like if I go back tomorrow, she'll just forget it. That she hates me. Okay. I'll sit here, I guess. So how's the weather where everyone is? Cause it's hot here. Very hot. We're still having a heat wave here. No, I'm serious. We're having a heat wave. Okay. Well, I'm at this wall. I trust you. Check my phone in my mobile real quick, because I had a bunch of messages pop up. I'm trusting you. I don't. I'm still staring at the wall. This is very awkward. Hello, wall. Are we sure it's this wall? Oh, okay, the wall okay. So, this wall? This one? Hello, wall. You're very yellow. Very yellow wall. Aha. Well, since we're here, we're waiting for whatever. Anyone want to tell me what the? Never mind. Hello.
White muscled skin fills your vision.
Hello, Mr. Jack in the Box looking buff man.
If not for the torn jeans on this ivory Adonis's lower body. But as your eyes continue to travel up and take everything in, you note that the similarities to a classic marble statue come to an abrupt and screeching halt at this guy's face.
Yeah, they kind of do. The top of... I'm gonna say it. He looks kind of like a really weird penis.
He almost resembles a bleached bowling ball. His eyes are two dark and unreadable holes. His mouth nothing more than a thin line. He has no nose, no cheekbones, no ears. His shining white face is simply devoid of just about anything.
Sup, baby? That's a fantastic red shirt you've got.
Thanks.
Glad it doesn't cover your sweet ass.
No. Excuse me?
Nah, I don't think I will.
Who do you think you are?
Yeesh. I gotta write a whole dissertation for you. You want some graphs and pie charts? Oh, how about some Venn diagrams? Will that help you figure it out?
Maybe. Can I see the pie charts?
I don't know. Can you?
Bro.
It's a good thing you're nice to look at, because you're definitely not much in the brains department. Here, I'll give you a hint about my true secret identity. I'm what you spend your entire life avoiding.
Responsibilities? Falling pianos from tall buildings?
I mean, maybe. I definitely recommend it. But not even remotely close. I'm an overwhelming sense of existential dread.
Oh, are you?
But my homies call me Doug. Yo.
Well, if this is what my overwhelming sense of existential dread looks like, I'm very confused. Yeah, he got them dogs out! He do got them dogs out!
My content aware is going off. Doug is a bit of an abusive dude. If you have any issues with constant aggression from someone, I'd recommend skipping him. You cool with that? Or you want to skip it?
I can give it back.
Carry
I can
on,
dish it
then.
back. So that explains why you don't have a nose.
I don't have a nose because of an incident at the zoo.
That just raises more questions.
Welcome to every conversation with existential dread, baby. But enough about me. What's your name, baby?
It's Spartacus!
I knew Spartacus back in high school. What a whiny little bitch.
Yeah, lots of people go by Spartacus. That's the whole thing.
That doesn't fit your vibe at all. We need something that really captures your fundamental, immutable essence. I'm gonna call you Dork.
Kind of a dick move there, Doug.
That? Please. Maybe grow a pair? That there was child's play. A real dick move would be to get you stuck ruminating on the heat death of the universe.
I do that every day anyway. Yeah, that was also a dick move.
I'm kinda an expert on dick moves.
Explains why you look like a penis!
I give classes on Thursdays to the other dickish concepts. Paranoia's been making a comeback lately. He got soft for a second there, but he's back, baby. Anyway, dork, since you're here, you might as well make yourself useful and help me out.
Do I have to?
Well, we can always chat about how your entire life is meaningless instead.
I mean, okay. Nah, what do you need help with?
So I'm doom scrolling Share Bucket, okay?
Shared bucket? The fried chicken joint?
No, that's Bucket Share. The one that tastes like poor life decisions. Share Bucket is Valdivian's 8th most addictive social media platform. I've been doom scrolling for hours, and even my totally ripped finger is tired from swiping. So why don't you scroll for me for a while? I think it's a task suitable for your talents. I use that term loosely. Plus, you get to keep hanging out with me, and I'm dope as hell.
Sounds like a waste of time.
Waste of time? Let's get one thing straight, dork. Time spent with me is never wasted. I'm legit. But since you're somehow not convinced, I'll incentivize you.
How so?
You swipe for a while, and I'll reward you with, a Doug point.
He holds out what appears to be a sort of badge. A golden image of his iconic blank face framed by laurel leaves.
What's the Doug point to USD exchange rate?
It fluctuates based on current market conditions, but it's fantastic right now. Don't worry about it.
I don't worry about everything.
Not yet, you don't. But hang out with me some more, and we'll get you there. Anyway, enough yammering. Read me some viral Share Bucket posts, would you? What are the top 3 most popular posts right now?
There's an argument about what makes the best grilled cheese.
Tell them the best grilled cheese is vegan cheese. Those idiots will eat each other alive for weeks.
Okay.
Man, this is great. Way better than just scrolling and reading by myself. And only 357 billion hours of premium content to go. We're making great time.
I'm sorry, how many hours?
357 billion. Oops, 358 billion. 359. Come on, we gotta keep scrolling or else it's gonna keep piling up.
Gotcha, and how long do we have to do this?
I don't know, forever? Come on, we're missing the good shit.
Maybe I'll pass.
Look, you came around here and asked to spend time with me, so I graciously invited you to participate in my kick-ass activities. But I don't have to doom scroll with you. There's plenty of other moderately attractive humans or concepts I could be doom scrolling with. I mean, I should just text Abby. She is super hot. She did things even porn won't show in some states.
What? Who's Abby?
Abby? She's the unceasingly empty feeling of abandonment.
Fair.
Right up my alley.
Maybe I'll go spend time with Abby.
Oh, I will. She might have blocked my number, but I'll find her on ShareBucket. Tell you what, maybe our interests aren't 100% aligned, but that's okay. A lot of power couples famously were opposites. It's not the end of the world.
I agree.
Absolutely. See, the end of the world happens in 7.59 billion years when the sun engulfs the Earth, destroying our planet and everything that ever existed.
So climate change doesn't destroy us? Yay!
No, I said the end of the world happens in 7.59 billion years. The end of humanity happens a lot sooner.
Wait, how much sooner?
What matters is, I'm hot and you're passively attractive, so I don't want to blow this up over nothing. Especially since Abby isn't returning my texts.
Passably attractive?
I mean, yeah, for an animated meat puppet.
Wow!
Tell you what, why don't you come back around here later and I'll try to find us a new activity we both like. Cool?
Sure, whatever.
Anyway, I gotta go find some school children and explain to them that no matter what they do, their parents will eventually entropy and die. And the reverse is even worse. Parents outliving their children. Good shit, good shit.
Well, they were gonna learn it eventually.
Exactly. You get it. I'm doing a benevolent service. And don't worry if you can't stop thinking about me tonight when you're all alone in your bed. That's totes normal. I tend to have that effect on people. Oh, and don't text me. I don't do clingy. Later, Dorcas.
Goodbye, dog. We have ads in 4 minutes, so I'm going to pause here and run ads, and I'll see everyone on the other side, because that was Doug! Welcome back from ads. Let's get back into this. I want to talk to the fire alarm again.
Bleep! Fire! Fire! Bleep!
I thought I heard something from down the hall.
We need to go get help. Bleep!
I just was thinking the microwave for too long.
Bleep! You did? Guess that explains why there was just a tiny amount of smoke. And it went out a half an hour ago. Bleep!
Okay, now can you...
Yes, I'll just...
Tonight, this is a real thing, you know!
That should do it. So, what brings you to my neck of the woods?
I just thought I might stop by and see how you're feeling.
I'm 100% ready for anything.
Armor holds her arm up to stop any further conversation, her eyes narrowing. She sniffs a few times.
Wait a minute. Do you smell that? It smells like...
The hint of incense wafting on the breeze.
Armor's eyes widen, and your eardrums twinge in anticipation.
Fire!
The pain and hurts so good!
We need to get everyone out of here!
Arma, we're okay, there's no fire!
Are you sure? How can you be totally sure?
Arma, I think we need to talk.
About what? Everything's great.
You're pushing so hard, you're making mistakes. Why? I'm here to listen.
I...
Go ahead. It's okay. You're safe with me.
I think it all comes down to something that happened in my childhood.
Armor is quiet for a few moments, gathering herself. She doesn't quite look at you as she speaks.
When I was young, I was placed on the wall near the front of the window. It was a wonderful place. I could watch the outside world with all its color, bustle, and excitement. I could see the neighbors' houses. It was all so beautiful and so innocent. But then,
something bad happened, didn't it?
one morning, I saw smoke rising from one of the neighbors' windows across the street. I thought it was just a piece of burnt toast or something, because they were always doing that. And so I said nothing.
Oh, Arma.
It was a fire. It was horrible. By the time the fire trucks got there, it was already too late. Everything burned. The paint peeled and charred, the glass shattered, the whole house, and every single thing in it, all destroyed.
And you had to watch the whole thing. I'm so sorry.
I never forgot that day. Never. It's what made me want to be the best protector I can be. It gave me the passion I needed to endure all the hours of training. It's also why I never let my guard down.
Now I really understand. Thank you.
Yes. Now you understand.
Sounds to me like you suffered some real trauma.
Really? But all I did was see it happen.
Witnessing a traumatic event can be just as damaging as being involved.
I didn't know that. What should I do?
Rest. Surround yourself with calm, with others who love you.
I can do that. But what about my job?
I'll keep an eye on everything and make absolutely sure we're safe.
You would do that for me?
I would. I care about you.
You mean you think of me? As special? Maybe when I'm better, I can follow up on that feeling. I'm going to get started on my healing journey right now.
Recharging that battery might not be a bad place to start.
Yeah. I guess I've been beeping for a while now. Sorry about that. I was so focused on keeping a lookout that I didn't even notice.
The beepless Armor begins her healing journey, and you take your leave.
You again?
You again! I live here! Hi, Torm!
I've seen her.
How are you?
I'll do shit to your
Bro.
So,
I'm just
see?
fast forwarding through this
Pretty
nonsense.
nice. Well, go on. What are you waiting
I'm
for?
doing alright. I'm just really annoyed with the rubber ducks.
I say pretty damn sure I didn't.
Because I'm really annoyed with the rubber duck because I can't get
I usually that's the only favor I'm gonna do
anywhere
you too, so.
with the rubber duck.
Yeah, I'll bounce. In fact, you want to talk to me again?
It's a rubber duck.
Bad poser. Rebels poof. Rebels gone.
Rebel's a rubber duck. Seriously, she's a rubber duck. Well, they, not she, they are alive because of the game that I'm playing. Let's see. Trying to see who I'm missing. Now she hates me. I gotta find goggles and a relic with her. You could, I guess. If you found them and get to like a love thing with them. I mean, Stranger Things, yeah? I'm trying to find the rest of the... Oh god, there's so many that are my favorite already! And hi Kai, how are you? Oh, there's so many! There is so many!
Oh.
Huh?
The game console turns on. Team 17, Sassy Chap Games, Moon Surgeons. Here you are once again, back where she looks at you just the same.
You're here.
Hi, Luna!
Which way do you want to go?
What?
Which way do you want to go? They're coming. Oh, you just equipped my Zauer rifle, which means that you're thinking of unloading a whole lot of Zaker charges on these scroufs out here. What are we gonna do?
Talk to them.
Talk to them? Sure. Damn, all this yapping. ADH, that ought to teach. We're near the compound of the... They'll have assassin class upholders, as well as surveillance class. We'll have to sneak our way in, and probably start dispatching them with utmost violence. You up for it?
Let's go! We got the right equipment?
You're right. I'll put on my +5 shadow suit. It'll help us get through the sensors in there. Upholder tech is nasty. I found an entrance on the dark side. Should be an easy way in if we just follow the marker on the map.
Sounds good, following.
After a short walk, you find yourself standing in front of a bullet-ridden metal door, way out in the middle of the cold grey landscape.
This is the entrance I've never seen anyone use. With my chalk picking skills, we'll have this open in no time.
Luna, tell me more about yourself.
Me? I'm your average member of the Resistance. Maybe above average. We fight against the Upholders who are determined to do everything in their power to druck everything up here on my homeworld.
And who am I to you?
You? I always thought of you as a companion. Someone who followed me around and gave me advice. Cute, but expendable.
Luna picks the lock, allowing you to peer inside. You can see hallways filled with shining electronic doors off into the distance.
Here we go. Upholder Central inside. I'm seeing Grunt class upholders, who shouldn't be too bad. There will be Surveillance class 2, which can sound the alarm.
Sounds dangerous.
It is. Very. How do you suggest we do this?
Quietly as possible.
That makes sense. With the shadow suit, there's no way they'll hear us coming.
Using all your available grace and patience, you and Luna slowly make your way down the corridors.
Close behind me.
Hi, kitty!
You drift past both Grunt and Surveillance upholders with ease.
Choice on the stealth. I usually prefer the part where we... There you are.
What's tomorrow? Oh, 4th of July, that's right.
No.
I don't even pay attention anymore.
From your stealthy vantage point, you can get a vague sense of what's happening. A vast laser juts out from some sort of holographic
We
human
interrupt
from
our
down the end of the
program to
corridor.
bring you this important message. I love you.
I love you
now
too.
back to our show.
The light engulfs Luna.
It's going!
and renders
I'm
her
almost
immobile.
getting everything. I've almost found everyone. Grab Luna and run.
Bravely, you take Luna's frozen body and crash through the remainder of the hallway. Once she is removed from the power of the strange weapon, she hangs limply in your arms for a moment, enjoying the ride.
Give her a wink and a smile.
Oh, guess I don't have to whisper anymore.
You run further through the maze-like compound and finally make it to an empty office.
Crah. We lost a lot of gear there in the Tryst of battle, but at least we still have enough health to get us through to the end. We're getting close.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message. I love you.
I love you
now,
too,
back to our
Liana.
show.
You wanna press on, or should we take a crafting break?
What's crafting?
We have a chance to use what's left in our inventory to make something that will help us in the final battle.
Oi! Let's get crafty.
Alright, we can craft something really special using this workbench. This thing can take anything we've got and transform it into anything we don't.
What do we have in our inventory?
Not much. We got zonked by that last encounter pretty hard. 1 globule, 1 wood, and 1 skin.
All the redeems! What can we make with that?
We'll have to find out. Okay, let's get started with...
1 scribe skin.
Got it. And then?
1 wood.
Got it. And then?
That's it, I think.
Alright. I don't think that's gonna give us anything we really
Thank
need,
you for the drink,
unfortunately.
Kaiser. Ugh.
But there's no reason to lose hope. Let me just put these together, and the wood gives nice heft, raising our attack. The Scrouf skin makes anything look a lot better for comfort. We've got an amazing new piece of armor from this. That'll help us in the battle ahead.
And thank you for the posture
You
check.
and Luna make your way through the final threshold and stop right before the entrance.
Oh no. There it is. The horror of it all.
The way opens up into a large regolith cavern. Mining constructs mingle with moon rocks as the terminus of the station is reached. But perched high on the crane next to a large glowing blue crack in the regolith was a well-outfitted spacer who looked just like Luna.
You came just in time for the festivities to begin.
Celine Moonrise, prepare to die!
Luna, you'll never take Crescentia's power.
Okay. Shoot her in the face already!
Yes! Oh, what's wrong with me?
The glowing crack seems to swell.
Charge, bitch!
The blue deposit of moonrock erupts, and from the crack, a monstrous creature bursts forth.
Crescentia! Go!
It's Pokemon!
Ah,
Use all 360 no scope!
ha! Easy!
Thanks to your crafting, Luna is able to withstand the mighty force of Crescentia's power. The battle is fierce, but ultimately Crescentia and Celine fall to the ground, presumably dead.
Wow! Did that without even a single save. Great job, Guile. I couldn't have done it without you.
Could this be something more?
Well, I'd love to be friends with you. Even though it can be dangerous out there in Novaya Moskva, having a real friend by your side means you keep your KD ratio way down.
Sounds good.
Well, come back anytime and let's play again.
Okay, I got friends this time with her. I don't know. She's very confusing. What is this? Have I tried to interact with this?
Would you look at that?
It's Lucinda!
It's that Lucinda Lavish. What has she gotten herself into this time?
I'm here, ready and waiting.
Come on, let's find out how you really are.
Who I really am? Well, guess what? This shit hurts. You come here and constantly remind me that I'm just not as fully fleshed out as everyone else. And yeah, you've been technically nice. Oh, so very nice. But that just makes me feel guilty.
Can I say something?
What? What do you want to say?
I'm sorry.
You just chose the option to talk to me again instead of letting me put you on an amazing sexual journey like I was born to do. I don't believe it one bit.
What are we right now? What's going on?
We're having a real deep conversation like you wanted. You happy?
I'm happy to get to know you better, even if it's messy.
Oh, you just always know the right thing to say, huh? You read that in some self-help book?
Lucinda stiffens suddenly and turns away from you. Her body is completely motionless, curled
We're
in on
actually seeing the
itself in a tense
backside of
display
Lucinda.
of supreme agitation. It's difficult to tell what you should do next, as she might explode in anger or wilt in agony.
I'm gonna just wait quietly for her to speak.
It takes a few long moments, but eventually Lucinda shudders, and a few words escape her coiled frame.
I just wanted to make you happy. And all I do is fuck it all up.
Oh.
Goodbye.
You again?
Yeah!
It's true, you know.
I'll do shit.
Bravo.
Duck off! So, see? I'm being nice. Ugh, I'm a
You
duck.
do make
Live
me
in.
happy, Kaiser. Shush.
What, you trying to be ducking cool or something? I say you pretty damn sure I didn't. But you are a more
This
than
rubber
just being
duck makes me
accurate.
angry.
Fine. Or daddy.
Don't like either.
Or a... Oh, man, I'm getting bored. I usually spend... You can be whichever. That's the only favor I'm gonna do you, too, so... Yeah, I'll bounce. In fact, you wanna talk to me again? Too ducking bad, Poe. You ever heard the saying, gone like a rubber duck who's done? Ah, poof! Rebel's gone.
A rubber fuck, yes. Rebel really is a rubber fuck. Rah! Rebel makes me so angry. That's weird. I can light this pipe bulb, huh? Hi, Martin, aka Sinclair. Tell me your story, Sinclair.
It all happened one rainy night on the north side of Turkleman City. The tough side. I'd stayed late at the office because I had extra work to do before the holidays.
Stay late at your job as an insurance claims adjuster. Go on.
Well, when I left, I was feeling a bit low, so I went out to a local bar. It's called the Banana Club. They make a mean Shirley Temple. Heavy pour.
But I thought Shirley Temples were...
Devastatingly potent? Yes.
No, I haven't filled the sink up. Okay, I'll have to try that. I was going to say...
A recipe for disaster? I know. I shouldn't have indulged. I should have known better. But after I'd had about 7 of them, I went out for a stroll. I don't know where I was going. Just trekking the streets with my dog. Suddenly, I came upon a fine dining establishment called the Questionable Dandelion.
Can you bring your puppy back? I like Sudsy. Right.
They've got an incredible buffet. Lots of strange ingredients from all around the world. They're always trying new things.
Okay.
Like Diplodocus berries.
Diplodocus berries?
And Jimson weed cupcakes.
Naturally.
They also sell Excedrin by the pint. The headache medicine.
Well, that sounds dangerous.
Oh, yes. Very. But good for headaches.
Up until now, I've been a typical Friday night, I'm guessing?
No! Not at all!
Why are you yelling at me?
It was Thursday.
Forgive me.
I was walking around, or sort of drifting, or rather, floating, or I guess you could say I was making my way about town.
Walking fast, faces fast, and you're homebound?
Aimlessly, you see?
And?
And what?
What do you mean, and what? You were just telling me your story.
Ah, yes. So you want me to continue. This was your meaning.
What on earth is the matter with you?
Why, that's precisely what I'm telling you.
I may just go insane here.
Please don't. I can assure you, it isn't as much fun as it looks. And with 2 of us in the room, it might just start to get a little confusing.
Oh, it might it?
Please try to stay on track. Well, I came across an alley I had never noticed before. It was dark and had a rather threatening look about it. So naturally, I went down it.
Are you bonkers?
Would I know?
Good point.
I wandered down the alley and came to a door lit by a red light.
So you found a brothel?
I opened it and found a long hall, at the end of which was a sort of booth. And in this booth was a fortune teller.
Sure it was.
She was wearing a fantastic red shirt, not unlike the one you're sporting. Although it could have easily been more of a chartreuse. I can't tell, I'm tone deaf.
Well, tone deaf doesn't mean you can't see colors, Sinclair. That's colorblind. I would know, I am. I'm colorblind. Not tone deaf. Fortune
Yes.
teller?
Her name was Vagabonda the Sinclairius. She was wearing a fantastic red
Sure.
shirt, not unlike the one you're sporting. I'm sorry I keep harping on the shirt, but it was absolutely fantastic. She spread out a deck of strange cards and asked me to select one.
Strange how?
They were business cards.
I see.
I chose at random, and the card I picked turned out to be the Ace of Spades.
Yeah, I can't see red on white at all. It's like a big old blur. It's a weird, like, I've talked to optometrists about it, and they've said basically just say I'm colorblind because they don't really have a definition for what it is, and I don't know why I have it. But like red text on like white, it's all just a big old blur when I look at it. Wait, I thought you said they were business cards.
The Ace of Spades is a bespoke shovel manufacturer based in Crumple, Michigan. The owner's name is Ace.
Should have known.
He does great work. Vagabonda snatched the card back from me and said, "Not that one!" Turns out she had her rewards program on the back. 12 stamps and you get a free spade.
Probably shouldn't have had that one in there.
We agree! Besides, she only had 2 stamps. So I snatched it back from her again and we had a
You
bit
okay,
of a row.
Geyser?
I'm sorry. God damn, that is a nice shirt. Anyway, I guess that wasn't a very good start to our fortune-telling session. I think that's why she cursed me.
How you figure?
Because right afterward, she said, "Martin, that wasn't a very good start to our fortune-telling session. I'm going to curse you because of it." And then she cursed me.
Cursed you how?
She waved what looked like a magic wand. Although, to be honest, it could have easily been a bagel of some sort. And then said, "Martin, I doom you now to become a detestable object. I transform you thusly, so that you may go home and think about what you've done."
Okay, Martin Sinclair. Am I going to understand that you may have confused a wand for a bagel?
That is correct.
And you became a sink.
And then I became a sink. Now you find me as I am, trapped in this porcelain prison. All I want to do is return to my old life, to stroll the streets of Turkoman City once more, without a care in the world. Oh, how I long for it. Please, won't you help me? Sudsy and I would be oh so grateful if you could get to the bottom of what's going on here and return us to our proper forms. Will you?
I'll do everything I can.
Oh, joy! If you want to help to get to the bottom of all this, I might suggest you seek out someone who is in the business of solving unsolvable mysteries. Or just go see if Vagabonda the Sinclairius is willing to undo her curse for a free shovel.
I think I'd know just the magnifying glass.
He stands there silent and unmoving until you finally leave.
You are weird, Martin Sinclair.
You wonder for a moment if your sink has overflowed, but that's not it at all. There's just a being made of water standing before you.
Oh, pretty!
She's ethereally beautiful, but there's something hard to pin down in her gaze. It almost feels like she's watching your every move.
Hi, honey. You looking to cook something? Wash your hands?
Oh, I like her voice. No, actually, here to see you.
Me? What could you possibly want with little old me? Please, just tell me if there's anything I can do for you.
Nothing in... you see me naked every day and I still don't know your name.
It's sexier that way, isn't it? You're the star, and I'm just me. Besides, it's better you don't know. Keeps the mystery.
It's not to ask for too much, is it?
Oh, I suppose not. Guess the mystery had to end sometime. I'm River.
Of course her name's River.
What can I do for you?
You came back to dateable water. Just River, no last name?
Just River. Like, chair.
What, like the furniture?
Chair. World famous pop star, known for her #1 hit, Belief.
Oh my god, Cher, okay. Oh, that one!
The one and only. You know, the best thing about Cher is she's always changing her look through the decades. She always knew just what we wanted to see and served it to us. I really admire that about her.
It's never too late to reinvent yourself.
I change states all day, every day. I know that better than anyone. I just wish I knew which one was best for me. Is there a version of me you like best? Water, steam, ice, some form in between?
You're really putting me on the spot here.
Oh, sorry.
River wasn't
blushes
exactly holding
purple.
your gaze before, but she seems intensely uncomfortable now. She looks everywhere but at you.
Look, I've been here way too long. If you don't need anything from me, I'm going to go.
Please wait.
She is gone.
Goodbye, River. Now I'm curious if I turn the stove on. Can I turn him on? No, I can't turn him on. I can open him up. That's all I can do. I can open up, look! Okay, that's all that does. Does it? Okay. Now we're getting steam. Okay, that doesn't work. Well, of course you can flush the toilet. Okay, turn the tower off. I think I turned the tower off. What if I turn the shower on, close the door? No. If I make it cold. Hold on. No. Maybe if I make it cold and then run the hot water in the shower? No. I'm trying to find the last datables I haven't found yet. I do have ads in 5 minutes though, so I will pause here and run ads, and when I come back I'll try and find some of the other ones I'm missing. welcome back, everyone. Let's get back into this. Okay, I feel like I know what that one's gonna be. I'm gonna turn the lights on in here. Are there any lights in here? Yes. You know what? I haven't tried this stuff in the desk.
Is this stranger your junk drawer, or the physical embodiment of clutter?
Hello?
He's absolutely covered in odds and ends. Receipts, CDs, rubber bands. Even his messy black hair sports a light bulb, a pencil, and a pen. When he catches you looking at him, he startles, leaping back with an undignified yelp.
Hi!
Whoa!
Jerry! Hello, Jerry!
Whoa, Wolf! Cheese and crackers, you startled me.
Hang on. My content aware is going off.
Okay, what's wrong with Jerry?
Jerry has some mental health concerns that some players might find a little problematic, specifically hoarding.
Okay,
You
fair.
cool with that? Or you want to skip it?
Hoarding's not terrible, that's fine.
Carry on then.
Hey, next time you open a guy, knock her something first, huh? I'm not used to so much light. Besides, sudden jerky movements like that risk disorganizing my collection.
Your collection?
Oh, yes. Of course. Sorry. Been a while since I've had a guest. Welcome to Jerry's Junk Drawer, the finest collection of curated treasures in all of the house.
Jerry's Junk Drawer!
Feast your eyes upon knickknacks and gewgaws from parts unknown.
Gewgaws? Gewgaws! Okay. Is that a rusty nail?
Oh, that's the question though, isn't it? Where did this nail come from? What picture frames did it hold? Is that really rust, or is it actually some sort of newfangled orange snack coating?
Jerry lifts the nail to his lips, giving it a test lick.
I wouldn't lick a rusty nail if I were you, Jerry.
Nope, it's rust. Tetanusy.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, you're gonna get tetanus.
So, what do you think?
I'm still not sure what kind of collection this is.
Why, it's a collection of lost things. Each one forgotten by the world. Each one a story. This button, for instance. Perhaps it was left behind as a clue from one lover to another. A modern-day Cinderella slipper. Take me with you, it says, and know that once you find the collar that matches this tragic button, you have found your love again.
I'm pretty sure that button fell off my pants.
And this mysterious strip of papyrus, perhaps a missive from an ancient land, perhaps a treasure map. Oh, the wonders we could glean if only we could decipher these symbols of black and white bars.
Well, that's where that went. I was supposed to file it as a tax write-off last year.
Don't worry, I did. Or I will, once I get around to it.
I'm really okay living like this?
What are you insinuating?
It's pretty cramped in here. How guests treat your collection?
I curate for a specific demographic that happens to enjoy the limited space. They don't mind.
Do you get a lot of other guests?
Do I get a lot of guests? Do I get a lot of guests? Of course I do. Bugs count as guests, right?
Not really.
Oh, you mean the other objects. I get them in here all the time.
Like who?
Well, there's that Celia. She's a very well-to-do socialite, and she happens to be very interested in the collection. In fact, every time she comes by, she asks me, when will this junk be gone already? I assume she's worried about the collection moving venues before she gets to see it. She's probably just nervous about coming inside.
Maybe she's nervous about how cramped it is.
Listen, you, oh, what's the use? It's true.
Nobody visits me but the moths.
I'm sorry, Jerry.
I'm wrong. I just don't get it. I love to entertain, so long as guests don't touch a single thing.
Well, there's your problem right there. It's time to get rid of some stuff.
What? You mean throw it away?
Recycle. Make it into something new.
How do you mean?
If these objects are special to you and haven't been able to use them for repairs... ...
Now I'm scared.
Upcycle them into something that doesn't take up as much space.
Upcycle them? You mean like an art piece?
Yeah.
Well, I suppose the collection could use a centerpiece. Something eye-catching to bring in more visitors. Which is to say a single-digit number of visitors. Which is to say another visitor besides you and the roaches. But I wouldn't even know where to start. I mean, what am I supposed to do? Just smash objects together at random? I can't imagine Pierre the paperclip and Claude the so old he's gray and unusable now eraser getting along. They're so different.
Well, you could combine objects with similar personalities?
I guess that could work. To be honest, whenever I look at anything in the collection, it's like I see its entire past laid out in front of me. That's one of the reasons it's so hard to give things up, you know? Every object has a memory, and that memory is like a part of my body.
Okay.
They all have their own vibes and textures and feelings. Mixing them together is hard. They've all got such strong individual identities.
Maybe I can help you group them together.
I suppose an outside perspective could help. I'll gather some items that could make a suitable sculpture.
He does so, then claps his hands together.
Okay, sculpture. Phew. Here we go. First things first, we need some kind of foundation. I think I've got just the thing for this. It's a flat, circular piece of wood that fell off the fence out back. You always said you'd repair it someday, but I think both of us knew that was a lie.
Why are you calling me out like this, Jerry?
I've got a pile of other objects here. Your job will be to pick one of my objects we'll pair together. It's a long shot, but maybe we can scrungle something together. Let me tell you about Rudolph, the wooden square.
Rudolph the wooden square?
When Rudolph first came to me, I had a habit of tapping on him. We would while away the hours together, tapping away to a rhythmic beat. Sometimes the best fun looks like boredom. Rudolph always tries its best, even when he's down on his luck. He might not always be the tool you need at the moment, but he's always there to support you. Very reliable.
Okay.
Now, which of these would pair well with Rudolph?
The old parasol.
Lorena, huh? That's not such a bad idea, actually. She might have a few holes in her, but she's always been useful in a storm. Very reliable, just like Rudolph. It's sad to see them both past their prime, but I think they could find solace in each other's company. Here, I'll glue them together. There. Now we've got a base for the rest of the sculpture.
We're making a sculpture with the junk drawer.
We need something to give it body. Something eye-catching. Something that pops without throwing the whole piece out of whack. What do you think?
Wrap it in holiday lights.
The old holiday lights. For the holiday we used to celebrate. You know the one. These guys were real champs before exactly one of their 50 bulbs burnt out, rendering the entire string useless. You gotta love series circuits.
Yeah.
Even though they don't light up anymore, they still have an interesting shape. And the wire structure lets us sculpt them in interesting ways.
Okay.
We can even make some little columns between the top and the bottom to connect Rudolph and Lorena.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think this is a great fit. We've got the sparkle, we've got the foundation, but it feels a little empty in the middle. It needs direction, a sense of purpose. There's a wooden foundation, a canopy above the lights. What could go in the middle?
How about these little plastic figures?
The little army man? I suppose that could work. The shape of the sculpture does remind me a bit of a gazebo. Or maybe... a carousel! We only have 1 or 2 old horse figurines, but if I take the other plastic fellers, melt them down, and reshape them a bit... yes, I could probably make new horses!
Those poor army men!
Jerry does so. It takes him quite a bit of time, but he manages to use an old matchbook and some tinfoil to melt the figures into a mold. By the end of the process, the figures have transformed into a series of horses with multicolored manes, thanks to their disparate pieces.
That looks great.
Congratulations!
That looks really great.
You made something out of trash.
These poor figurines forgotten and collecting dust, reshaped into something beautiful. Rudolph and Lorena working together to give them a stage. It really is the essence of upcycled beauty. I have to say, this is very striking. It pays homage to the origin of these objects while giving them a new sense of purpose. Look at that. What a beaut!
We're a great team, my friend.
You know what? I think I'm inspired. Maybe I should try doing this with some of my other pieces. I feel a new era for the collection coming on. Oh, I'm so excited. Thanks a lot, friendo. Things are coming up, Jerry.
Great, Jerry and I are friends. Cool. Cool. I made friends with my junk drawer. I don't know how to feel about this. Oh, the little carousel we made's here now. Oh, that's kind of cool. Okay. Wasn't expecting that, but you know. I don't know. I'll find out. Next time. Because I'm going to save here and call it. Thank you everyone for today. I'm really glad that I was able to do a whole stream today because the last couple of streams, unfortunately, we've had issue with weather here, so it was nice to be able to come back and do a full stream today. We are gonna go find somebody to raid. Let's see. I'm looking to see who I want to raid. I guess I'll throw you at Wiggins. We're gonna go raid General Wiggins, tossing you at Wiggins. I'll be back tomorrow. I'm not really sure what I'm gonna do tomorrow, if I'm being honest. But do remember, you are loved, you are valid, and you matter. And just to make someone smile today, tell someone you love them. I love you, my Ohana. You have a great night. If you're not subbed, that's your raid message. If you are subbed, that's your raid message. I'll be back at like 4 PM Eastern tomorrow, so do look forward to that, and I will see